English-Bisaya Grammar, in 28 lessons. By an unknown author. Bisaya Alphabet. The letters made use of in the Bisaya alphabet are 20 in number as follows: A, N, Aina, B, Bay, Ing, Ainai, C, They, N, Ainai, D, Day, O, E, A or I, P, Pay, G, Hey, Q, Ku, H, Achi, S, Say, I, E, T, Te, L, Aile, U, O, M, Aime, Y, E Griga. The vowels are A, E, I, O, U, and Y at the end of a word. The vowels are never silent, except U in the syllables K, K, the sound of which corresponds to that heard in the English words kedge, keep, key. English. A. Sounds always like in a lamb. B. Sounds like be and back. C. Before A, O, U, sounds like K in English, as Cadlun, the dawn of the day, Coco, nail of the fingers. Cadlun. Coco. D. At the beginning of a word or in the middle, if preceded by a consonant, is pronounced like in English. At the end of a word or between two vowels has a sound between D and R, which may be obtained by placing the tip of the tongue against the higher teeth, turning the thick part towards the roof of the mouth. G. Has always a very smooth sound like in English before A, O, U, as Jinikinen, forefathers, Jintunin, scholar. Jinikinen. Jintunin. H. Has a slight aspirated sound like a very faintly aspirated H in English in the words horse, hog, as Hakam, judge, Habigat, a strong wind, Hilanat, fever. Words. Hakam. Habigat. Hilanat. Ei. These vowels, although sound like in English, nevertheless, natives confound them very often. The same shall be said of the vowels O and U, and this is the reason why the P. John Felix's dictionary employs but I and O instead E, I, O, U. L. Sounds like in English, as lamdag, brightness, lieback, backbiting. Lamdag. Lieback. M. Sounds like in English, as mata, I, mototop. Mata. N. Sounds like in English, as nippies, fine, thin. Nippies. Ing. This letter has no equivalent in English, and it must be heard from the natives. No equivalent. N. This letter has a strong nasal sound resembling that of N in the English word poniard, out of Bohol province, where it is pronounced as in the English word manger and written New York, as canino, banyag, instead of canino, bonag. Resembling. Canino, banyag. Canino, bonag. O. Sounds like in English, as Olin, rain, ahow, thirst. Olin. Ahow, thirst. P. Sounds as in English, pito, 7, pono, fill. Pito. Pono. Q. Is always followed by U, and pronounced like K, as quinabu, life, quili, eyebrow, quilquil, scratching. Always. Quinabu. Quili. Quilquil. S. Has always a harsh, hissing sound like SS in English. There is not a word in Bisaya beginning with S followed by a consonant. T. Sounds as in English, as tabang, help, tiao, joke. Tabang. Tiao. U. Sounds like in English in the words proof, goose, but it is frequently confounded with O, ci and E on the preceding page. Y. Sounds like E in English at the end of a word, but before a vowel, or between two vowels, sounds like in the English words joke, jolt, as yabo, poor dot. This letter when after a noun or pronoun, if the same noun or pronoun is employed instead of the particle on, being as it does, an article of appellative nouns. Examples: I did that, aco on nagbuhatniana, or akoi nagbuhatniana. What is the reason of that dot? Ansa biayang hingtungdan niana. Or anse hingtungdan niana? Yabo. Aco on nagbuhatniana. Akoy nagbuhatniana. Ansa bie on hingtungden niana? Anse hingtungden niana? First lesson. Of the article. 1. Of the article in the Bisaya dialect is divided into determinate and indeterminate, and of the proper names. 2. Of the determinate article is ang for singular, and on mga or sa according to the cases for plural. 3. Of the indeterminate article is usa, one for the singular, and ubin, pila or mapila, some for the plural. A. USA. Mapila. 4. Of the article of the proper names is si for both masculine and feminine. Declension of the articles. Definite article. Singular. N. The. Dog. Iro. G. Of the. Dog. Sa. Iro. D. To the. Dog. Sa. Iro. Ac. The. Dog. Sa. Iro. Vc. O. Dog. Sa. Iro. ABL. With the. Dog. Sa. Iro. Plural. N. The. Dogs. On mj. Iro. G. Of the. Dogs. Samga. Iro. D. To the. Dogs. Samga. Iro. AC. The. Dogs. Samga. Iro. Vc. O. Dogs. Samga. Iro. ABL. With the. Dogs. Samga. Iro. Indefinite article. Singular. A letter. USACA Silit. A dog. USACA Iro. One and another. On USAUG on USA. Plural. Some wish, while others do not, on Yuban But, on Yuban Dili, some of the trees, which are there, Pipila Sanga Kahui Daya. On Yuban Bet, on Yuban Dili. Pipila Sanga Kahui Daya. The article of the proper names. Singular. N. Peter. Si Pedro. G. Of. Peter. Ni Pedro. D. 2. Peter. Can Pedro. AC. Peter. Can Pedro. VC. Peter. Oi Pedro. ABL. With. Peter. Can Pedro. Remark L. The article of the proper names is used also to point out a person and his companions as N. Joseph and his friends. Sila Si Jose. G. Of Joseph and of his friends. Isla and I Jose. 2. This article serves also to express kindness or love, as my mother, si nene my father, si tati the female child, si indi, the parish priest, si amoy, my eldest sister, si manon, si nene, si tati, si indi, si amoy, eldest, si manon. 3. Of the English compounded words, wood n, golden etc. change the affix n into na, as, the wooden cross, ang cruz na kahoy, the golden ring, ang singsing na bulan. Ang cruz na kahoy. Ang singsing na bulan. 4. When we point out the destination of a thing, it is employed the article sa, thus, the water vat, ang tadyao sa tubig the bottle of wine, ang botella sa vino. Ang tadyao sa tubig. Ang botella sa vino. 5. When it refers to the property of any one, it is as follows. John's hat, ang kalo and I wan. Ang kalo and I wan. 6. The article sa is employed when the thing it refers to is determinate, but when it is indeterminate, the article ug must be used, as, bring the money, magdala ca sa sapi. Give me money, tagan moaco ug salapi. Magdala ca sa sapi. Tagan moaco ug salapi. Plural. 1. The plural is formed in Bisaya by placing nga after the article ang or sa. Declension. N. The cats. Ang nga iring. G. of the cats. Sanj iring. D. To the cats. Sanj iring. AC. The cats. Sanj iring. VC. O cats. NJ iring. ABL. With the cats. Sanj iring. 2. When the possessive case is placed before the name, it must be placed between ang and nga. Thus, my friends, ang akong nga higala, your shoes, ang among nga sapin. Ang akong nga higala. Ang among nga sapin. 3. Rem. The Bisaya article, like the English, does not distinguish the gender, but there are 2 ways of distinguishing the masculine and feminine in this dialect. 1. By using different words, x, ang bana, the husband, ang asawa, the wife, ang amahan, the father, ang inahan, the mother. 2. By the suffixes lalaki and baabai. X ang iro na lalaki, the dog, ang iro na baabai, she dog, ang bata na lalaki, the boy, ang bata na baabai, the girl. Ang bana. Ang asawa. Ang amahan. Ang inahan. Ang iro na lalaki. Ang iro na baabai. Ang bata na lalaki. Ang bata na baabai. Examples of the article. Joseph Soul, ang Calig and I Jose, John's ground. Ang Yuda and I Juan, or ang Kinwan na Yuda, who is at Peter's house, ang sa can Pedro na ballet, or ang sa ballet and I Pedro, bring the rice, Magdala Caug Biogas. My mother and sister are at John's cottage, si nane ug si indi tua sa Kamalig and I Juan. My brothers are rich, ang akong nga igsoan salapian on man. Are you Peter's father? Ico Biang Amahan and I Pedro? I am Aco man. Who is the owner? Quinsa Biang Tagia? Where is your son, Hain Biang among Anak? He is at the cockfight, Tua Sa Bulangan. Has he much money, Dagan Biang Iang Salapi? He has but a few coins, Pipila Lamong Ca Dako, let us go. Tala na Quita, goodbye. Ari na came, that man is a drunkard. Palahabog man Kanang Tao, he is a drinker, but not a drunkard. Palena man Si, Apin Dili Palahabog, where is my father, Hain Biang Akong Amahan? Here he is, Anya Dinhi. Who are those men, Quinsa Bia Kana ing Mga Tao? They are my friends. Mao an Akong Mga Higala. An Calig and I Jose. An Yuta and I Juan. An Kinwan na Yuta. An Sa can Pedro na Ballet. An Sa Ballet and I Pedro. Magdala Caug Biogas. Si nane ug si indi tua sa Kamalig and I Juan. An Akong Nga igsoan salapian on man. Ico Biang Amahan and I Pedro? Aco man. Quinsa Biang Tagia? Hain Biang among Anak? Tua Sa Bulangan. Dagan Biang Iang Salapi? Pipila Lamong Ca Dako. Tala na Quita. Ari na came. Palahabog man Kanang Tao. Palena man Si, Apin Dili Palahabog. Hain Biang Akong Amahan? Anya Dinhi. Quinsa Bia Kana ing Mga Tao? Mao an Akong Mga Higala. Exercise I. Have you the bread? Yes, sir, I have the bread. Have you your bread? I have my bread. Have you the salt? I have the salt. Have you my salt? I have your salt. Have you the soap? I have the soap. Which ansana soap have you? I have your soap. Which shirt have you? I have my shirt. Anakong Sinaina? Have you much money? I have much money. Where is your sister? She is at the garden. Tanaman Sa Mga Bulak. Where is your father? He is here. Anakong Sinaina. Second lesson. Of the nouns. Supposing the pupil knows the classification of the nouns into proper, common or appellative and we shall occupy ourselves with their formation, being as it is, so much diverse and usual. Classification. A great number of nouns and verbs are compounded in Bisaya by means of roots and particles. The root is the word which contains in itself the signification of the thing, but cannot express it without any other word, which we call a particle, to which the root must be united. The root. 1.a with the particle ca at the beginning of the root, and an after, are formed collective nouns, and nouns of place, as grove, ca Kahoyan, banana plantation, ca Sagingen, ca Cahoyan, ca Sagingen. 2.a with the particle ca before are formed the nouns of quality, as whiteness, ang ca beauty, ang ca beauty. 3. By placing the particle pagka before the roots, are formed the abstract nouns, and those pointing out the essence of the things, as sweetness, ang ca tamiz, mercy, ang ca loi, kindness, ang ca ao, divinity, ang pagka Dios, humanity, ang pagka Dao, hardness, ang pagka Gui. 4.a with the particle I siga before the root, are formed correlative nouns, placing the possessive pronoun in genitive case, as my like, an I siga Dao ko. 5.a with the particles mag and man are formed substantive and adjective nouns, duplicating the first syllable of the roots, thus the writer, ang mag susulit, the tailor, ang magtatahi, the maker, ang magbubuhat, the surgeon, ang mananambal, the almsgiver, ang mamli limos. 6. With the particle pala before, are formed several substantives, as the drunk, ang pala hubag, the tippler, ang pala inam, the writer, ang pala sulit. 7.a with tag before the root, are formed nouns expressing the owner of a thing, as the owner of the house, ang tag ballet, the master of the vessel, ang tag sakayan, the owner of the world, ang tag kalabutan. 8. Putting this same particle before the words signifying the seasons of the year or the atmospherical changes, points out the time of these changes, and placing it before words signifying the farming works, it shows the time of those operations. In some provinces are used also in the same sense, the particles tig and tin, thus rain time, tag olin, warm time, tiganit, harvest time, tagani, tinani or tigani. 9. The particle taga before the nouns of countries or nations serves to ask someone about his town, as where are you from? Taga dien caba? I am from Spain. Taga España man aco. Of which town? Taga dien ca na long sad? From Cornigo. Taga Cornigo. 10. Taga signifies also until, and points out the end of the action, as to the knee, taga tohad, to the neck, taga laig, as far as the floor, taga salug. 11. By means of the articles pag and pagka are formed the verbal substantives x, making or to make, ang pag buhat, walking or to walk, ang pag lakeo, reading or to read, ang pag basa, resuscitating or to resuscitate, ang pag kabanho, dying or to die, ang pag kamati. 12. Placing the particle tajai before the root, it points out permanency on a place, as inhabitant of a place, tajai longsad, countryman, tajai banua, declension of the common nouns, singular, n, the cotton, an gapas, g, of the cotton, sa gapas, d, to the cotton, sa gapas, plural, n, the cottons, an nga gapas, g, of the cottons, sa nga gapas, d, to the cottons, sa nga gapas. Practical examples. Don't approach the intoxicated man. IOICAOD sa palahabag. Hardness is the Molavi merit. An caao sa tugas na sa ca gahinia. Love your neighbor, for that is a commandment of God. Commandment. Mahag UGMA ca sa among isiga dao, kgi sugo sa Dios. Don't sow nor plant in warm time. Sa tigad leo ao pag tanam ug pag pugas. God is the maker of all things. An Dios mau ang magbabuhat sa gatanin. The river water reaches as far as the waist. Ang tubig sa suba mia bataga hayoak. Who has my book? Hain be ang akong libro? Where is my book? Hain be ang libro ko? I have it. Anya man kanako. Where is the horse? Hain Bayan Cabello? I do not know. Ambit Lamong. How does that concern you? Ansayamo dia? Everyone's self. Iahe lanquida. So must it be. Mao man kana unta. Exercise 2. Good morning, how are you? Very well, I thank you. Where are you from? I am from Spain. Of which town? From Conago. Who, Quinza, has my book? I have it. Who is that young lady? She is Miss Kate. Where is my trunk, Caban? The servant has it. Have you my fine glasses? I have them. Have you the fine horses of my neighbors? I have not them. Who are you? I am John. Are you Peter's father? I am. Yum. Third lesson. Of the cardinal numbers. The father in Sina divides the numbers into primitives, ordinals, distributives, and vicinals. The primitive numerals are those which serve to count, and are the followings: 1. 1. USA. 2. 2. Duha. 3. 3. Tolo. 4. 4. Yupat. 5. 5. Lima. 6. 6. Unim. 7. 7. Pito. 8. 8. Ualo. 9. 9. 9. Siam. 10. 10. Napolo. 11. 11. Napolo UG USA. 12. 12. Napolo UG Duha. 13. 13. Napolo UG Tolo. 14. 14. Napolo UG Yupat. 15. 15. Napolo UG Lima. 16. 16. Napolo UG Unum. 17. 17. Napolo UG Pito. 18. 18. Napolo UG Ualo. 19. 19. Napolo UG Siam. 20. 20. Ca Luhain. 30. 30. Ca Tloin. 40. 40. Ca Patton. 50. 50. Ca Lemon. 60. 60. Ca Numberin. 70. 70. Ca Pitoin. 80. 80. Ca Ualoin. 90. 90. Ca Siaman. 100. 100. USA Ca Gatus. 101. 101. USA Ca Gatus UG USA. 200. 200. Duha Ca Gatus. 300. 300. Tolos Ca Gatus. 1000. 1000. USA Ca Libo. 1001. 1001. USA Ca Libo UG USA. 2000. 2000. Duha Ca Libo. 10 children. Na Polo Ca Bata. 20 horses. Ca Luha and Ca Cabello. 220 guns. Duha Ca Gatu Ca Luha and UG Duha Ca Fusel. 591 soldiers. Lema Ca Gatu Ca Siam and UG USA Ca Soldalo. 1,000 men. USA Ca Libo Ca Dao. Remarks. 1. Of the English forms 100, 1,000 are rendered into Bisaya by USA Ca Gatus, USA Ca Libo. Expressions like 1800 must be translated as 1,800 x the year 1898. USA Ca Libo Walo Ca Gatus Ca Siam and UG USA. Bisaya. USA Ca Gatus, USA Ca Libo. USA Ca Libo Walo Ca Gatus Ca Siam and UG USA. 2. Of the unity begins by consonant duplicates, the first syllable, when points out any quantity. The denaries are formed by putting before unity the particle ca and after, as we have seen. Ca serves also to join the numbers to the nouns, thus, USA Ca Dao dot, Na Polo Ca Pesos, Yupat Ca Adleo. USA Ca Dao. Na Polo Ca Pesos, Yupat Ca Adleo. Ordinal numbers. First. I'm Nahona. 2D. I'm Ica Duha. 3D. On Ica Tolo Tlo. 4th. On Ica Upat Pat. 5th. On Ica Lima. 6th. On Ica Unum. 7th. On Ica Pito. 8th. On Ica Ualo. 9th. On Ica Siam. 10th. On Ica Polo. 11th. On Ica Polo UG USA. 12th. On Ica Polo UG Duha. 13th. On Ica Polo UG Tolo. 14th. On Ica Polo UG Upat. 15th. On Ica Polo UG Lima. 20th. On Ica Calahan. 21th. On Ica Calahan UG USA. 30th. On Ica Catalone. 40th. On Ica Caupotan. 50th. On Ica Kaliman. 100th. On Ica USA Ca Gatus. The month dot on Bulan. The day dot on Adleo. The week dot on Semana. On Bulan. On Adleo. On Semana. What is the date today dot? A capilla quida Karen. Today is the 6th of March of the year 1901 dot. Sa iconum ca adleo sa bulan sa marzo sa USA ca libo siam ca gatusing USA ca tuig. A capilla quida Karen? Sa iconum ca adleo sa bulan sa marzo sa USA ca libo siam ca gatusing USA ca tuig. Days of the week. Monday. Lunes. Tuesday. Martes. Wednesday. Miércoles. Thursday. Jueves. Friday. Viernes. Saturday. Sábado. Sunday. Domingo. Months of the year. The months and the days of the week are taken from the Spanish language. The Spanish. January. Enero. February. Febrero. March. Marzo. April. Abril. May. Mayo. June. Junio. July. Julio. August. Agosto. September. September. Septiembre. October. Octubre. November. Noviembre. December. Diciembre. A century. USA ca siglo. A year. USA ca tuig. A month. USA ca bulan. A week. USA ca semana. A day. USA ca adleo. An hour. USA ca horas. A minute. USA ca minuto. Today. Karen adleo. Yesterday. Ca hapon. Tomorrow. UGMA. Next year. Tuig na muabat. Last year. Tuig na miague. Day before yesterday. Ca hapon sa USA ca adleo. Day after tomorrow. UGMA dam lag. 3 days ago. Kanianhi. Last week. Semana na miague. At 1:30. Sa la una y media. At 1:15. Sa la una y cuarto. At 1:45. Cuarto sa la una. Partitive numbers. The partitive numbers are formed by adding to the cardinals, ca bayan, thus. 1 part. USA ca bayan. The half. Ang ca tunga. 1/3. An ica tlo. 1/4. An ica upat. X. The half of the erdom belongs to me. Ang ca tunga sa ca bilan naha tungad kanako. Divide among them the half of the coconut. Bayan and mo sila sa ca tunga sa lubi. Distributive numbers. The distributive numbers are formed by putting tag or tinag before the cardinal numbers, thus 1 after 1. Tag sa or tinag sa. 2 after 2. Tag ura or tinag ura. 20 after 20. Tag kalahan. Put the children in a row 1 by 1. Ipalambe mo ang mj bata sa tinag sa. What wages did you pay them? Sa tag pila gaisohol and mo sila? 7 shillings to each one. Sa tag pito ca sikapat. Each man shall be judged by God. Ein Tag Saca Dao Pega Hochman Sa Dios. Vicinal numbers. The vicinal or proportional numbers, so called for explaining the proportion between two unities, one of which is contained in the other, are formed in Bisaya by putting the particle naca or maka before the cardinal numbers. Naca for past tense, and maka for the future, thus: once. Naca or maka usa. Twice. Naca or maka duha. 3 times. Naca or maka tolo. 4 times. Naca or maka upat. 100 times. Naca or maka usa ca gatus. How many times have you read the letter? Sa naca pilau baico nag basa sa sulit? Many times. Sa naca dagan. How many times have you wept? Sa naca pilau baico nag hilak? 5 times. Sa naca lima. How many times have you visited church? Sa naca pilau baico nag do sa singbayan? 7 times. Sa naca pito. Are there some fish in the village? Duna bay ista sa long sad? There are a good plenty of fish. Duna man yuji dagan ista. How old are you? Pila ca tuigan edad mo? I am 27 years old. Ca loha and yuji pito ca tuigan akan edad. You are a young man yet. Bada pa icao. How much is your daily wage? Tag pila ang among sohol sa usa ca adleo? 2 dimes. Duha ca sevillana, peseta. What have you at home? Ansa biayang ana sa ino? We have rice and fish. Anya sa amobugas UG ista. Where is your shirt? Hain biayang sinaina mo? Exercise 3. Where is my book? Under the chair. Where is my hat? It is on the table. Is it on the table? No. It is upon the bed. Did you read the book? I did not. How many books have you written? I have written 1. How many times have you read the letter? Many times. How many times have you wept? 5 times. How much is your daily wage? 2 dimes. How old are you? I am 27 years old. How old is she? She is not yet 20 years old. Have you burnt yourself? Each man has his taste. Have you a mind to sleep? No, I have a mind to speak. Do you fear this man? I don't fear him. At what o'clock do you go to bed? I go to bed at sunset, and I get up at sunrise. 4th lesson. Of the pronouns. The Bisaya pronouns are divided into personal, demonstrative, possessive, and relative. The personal pronouns are singular, plural, I, aco, we, quita came, thou you, icaoca, you, camo, he she, si, they, sila. Declension of the personal pronouns. First person. Singular. Plural. N. I. Aco. We. Came quita. 1. G. Of me. Aco ko nako ta. Of us. Amo namo ado ta. D. To me. Kanako. To us. Kenamo, kenado. 1. Quita is used when the speaker excludes not those to whom he is speaking, and came when he does. Quita is used. 2d. Person. Singular. Plural. N. Thou or you. Icaoca. You. Camo. G. Of the or you. Imo nimo. Of you. Ino nino. D. To thee you. Canamo. To you. Canino. 3d. Person. Singular. Plural. N. He she. Si. They. Sila. G. Of him, her. Aya nia. Of them. Ila nila. D. To him, her. Kania. To them. Kanila. The pronoun icao may be used indifferently before or after the verbs. The nominative case ca must be placed before the verbs in the negative and final sentences. In other cases, always after them. You will carry. Icao mega dala. You will weep. Icao mega hilak. Don't lie. Dili ca mag bakak. To make known to you. Aaron ca ma hibalo. We the Christians. Quita, when all Christians. Ang mga Cristianos. When all Christians. Christians. Lord, forgive us sinners. Ginoo pasalo akame na mga makasasala. Na mga makasasala. Both singular and plural objective cases of the first, second, and third persons begin by a vowel, are placed before the nouns and verbs, and those begin by a consonant must be put after them, thus. My shoes. Ang asioing mga sapin. Your money. Ang salapi mo. Our country. Ang atong yuta. His vessel. Ang sakayan niya. Your net. Ang yamoing sahid. You are my beloved. Haini gugma ko isiao. Demonstrative pronouns. Declension. Singular. Plural. N. This. Quinny. These. Quining nga. G. Of this. Nini. Of these. Nining nga. D. To this. Nini. To these. Nining nga. The demonstrative pronouns are used instead of repeating the substantives. They also serve for distinguishing between substantives exposed or understood, and when employed with substantives, for pointing out clearly the distinction between them. Exposed. Singular. Plural. N. That. Kana. Far from the speaker kadto. Far from the speaker. Those. Kenong nga. Far katong nga. Far. G. Of that. Niana. Far. Niato. Far. Of those. Nianang mga. Far. Niatong nga. Far. This near. Carry. Of this near. Niari. Those near. Carrying nga. Of those near. Nearing nga. Now. Karen. Of now. Nearon. Remark. Quinny refers to the persons or things nearest to the speaker. Kana, to the persons or things nearest to the persons spoken to. Kadto is used to point out persons or things distant, both from the speaker and from the person spoken to. It is also employed this pronoun, but in genitive case, when speaking of events long time ago past, as, in those days. Nyatong nga tiempo. Nyatong nga tiempo. The adverb Karen is employed also as a demonstrative pronoun, thus. This morning. Karen buntag. Noon. Adto. Afternoon. Hapon. This night. Karen gabai. This woman. Quining babai. These women. Quining nga babai. Have you this pen or that? Nai bie kanamo quinnying pluma cun kadto bie? I have neither this nor that, but I have this other. Uala kanako quinny yuji kadto, apin anie kanako carry. He arrived yesterday about this time. Naca but siaca hapon mangan nearon. Possessive pronouns are formed by the genitives of the personal pronouns, and are always joined to a noun before it, when begin by a vowel, and after, when by a consonant x. My hat. Ang acio in kalo. Your shirt. Ang sinina mo. Your shoes. Ang inoing nga sapin. Your religion. Ang religion nino. Our house. Ang atoing ballet. His parishioners. Ang mga sakap niya. Relative pronouns. Interrogative. The relative, interrogative pronouns are who? Quinsa? What? Ansa? Which? Hain? Who is that man? Quinsa bie kanan dao? Who is there? Quinsa bie dia? Which of you? Quinsa bie canino? What is that? Ansa bie kana? Where is the money? Where is? Hain bie an salapi? Remark. The particle bie has not signification, but serves to point out the interrogative and dubitative sentences. The relative pronouns simple are translated into Bisaya by na as I saw him bathing himself. Na quita ko asai na nalago. Dreadful shall be the punishment you shall have into hell. Daco man on castigo na ipahamtang canamo sa infierno. The man whom I saw yesterday has fallen from the cocoa tree. Ein tau na Nikita ko sie hapon na halag sa lubi. Exercise 4. Where are you going? I am going into the church. Have you this pen or that? I have neither this nor that, but I have this other. When did he arrive? He arrived yesterday about this time. Where is she? She is at home. Do you speak Bisaya? Not yet, I have bought the horse of which you spoke to me. Bisaya. When did you buy it? Yesterday. Where do you intend to take me to? What is the date today? Today is the 21st. I speak to those to whom you have spoken. Where did you speak to them? I spoke to them at the street. Fifth lesson. Of the adjective. Remark: 1. Of the Bisaya adjectives are formed by putting before the root the particle ma as Bisaya. Wiser. Ma'alam. Good. Ma'il. Pretty. Ma'anandut. Ugly. Ma'anjilad. 2. Putting after these adjectives the syllables an, han, and han are formed the followings: Sikil. Ma sakwadan. Envious. Ma sinahan. Pale. Ma lusbadan. Sad. Ma mingawan. 3. By putting the particles an, han, and han after the root are formed adjectives signifying qualities both moral and physical: X. Talker. Tabian. Pock-marked. Budihan. Fat. Tambakan. Rich. Adunahan. 4. A with the particle ha before are formed adjectives of distance. By means of the particle hi are formed those pointing out frequency in the action, thus: frequency. Short. Ha mobo. Often feeder. Hein gaon. Far. Ha leo. Often drinker. Hein jinim. 5. Inserting la li, lo, between the first two syllables of the root, and placing on, after the last are formed adjectives of quality, as and worthy. Ta la horan. Worshipful. Worshipful. Si li angbahan. 6. Are also formed adjectives of quality by putting mangy before the root, and an after, as merciful. Mangy luyan. Wise. Mangy alaman. 7. A with the particle maka, and duplicating the first syllable of the root are formed adjectives, as poisonous. Makahihilo. Dreadful. Makali lisang. 8. A with the particle ma before the root and inserting in between the first two syllables, and adding on to the last, are formed adjectives of quality, thus: respectful. Ma tianaheran. Obedient. Ma esanubtanan. 9. Inserting pa between ma and the first syllable of the root, and adding on to the last, are formed adjectives of quality, and also by means of pa before the root, as humble. Ma pa ubsanan. Haughty. Pa labalabihan. X. The wise men understand the high explanations. On mga ma quinidman on naca tukwib sa mga hatas na mga ca sayadin. I saw an awful snake. Na quita ko usa ca halis na makali lisan. The merciful man helps to his neighbor. Helps. On down na mangy luyan naca tabang sa isikateo nia. Exercise V. Exercise. I see the children to whom you have given the books, and I have met also with the men to whom you have spoken. The wise men understand the high explanations. The merciful man helps to his neighbor. What have you to do? I have to speak to the men. When have you to speak to them? This evening. At what o'clock? At 8:30. Have you my shirt or my sister's? I have both. Have you the golden ribbons of my mother? I have not them. Who has them? My sister has them. Do you wish to go out? I wish not to go out. Why? Because I am sick. 6th lesson. Diminutive adjectives. The diminutive adjectives not only express diminution, but also an accessory idea of either tenderness, love, or contempt. Accessory. The diminutives are formed in Bisaya by means of the adjective diute. When they have but two syllables, are formed by duplicating the root, and also by placing the syllables la, li, lo after the first letter of the root x. Small horse. Diute na cabello. Small eyes. Mata mata. Small house. Ballet ballet. Slight fault. Say up na diute. 2. The adjectives of ma become diminutives by putting before the particle malo, as somewhat valiant. Malo mesug. Somewhat fat. Ma talatambuk. 3. The same adjectives become diminutives by duplicating the root, as somewhat sweet. Ma tamistamiz. Somewhat bitter. Ma pate. 4. Adding a to the nouns are formed diminutives expressing contempt or disregard, as worthless woman. Babai ha. Nag. Kabeoe. 5. When this letter is added, but not in contemptible sense, serves to point out that the subject or object is unknown to us, as what kind of medicine is that? Ansa na tam balakana? What kind of tree is that? Ansa biayang sie lane and nianang kahuya? Degrees of comparison. The degrees of comparison are formed in Bisaya by adding to the superiority lapi pa, to the equality Indian, and to the inferiority, as we have seen, diate pa. Bisaya. X. Large. Dako. Larger. Labi pa na dako. Largest. On labiing dako. Small. Diute. Smaller. Labi pa na diute. Smallest. On labiing diute. Well, good. Male. Better. Labi paing male. Best. On labiing male. Bad. Daughten. Worse. Labi paing daughten. Worst. On labi na daughten. More. Labi pa. Less. Diute pa. More than. Labi pa, dagan pa sa. Less than. Diriat pa, kulang pa sa. Very much. Kale or yiyamat. As much as. Maxima sa katagan ug. Not as much. Dili ingen. X. Have you as many friends as I? Maxima ba sa katagan sa mj hagala mo ug aco? I have less money than he. Diriat pa ang akang salapi sa aya. This book is small, that is smaller, and that is the smallest of all. Quining libro diute man, kato labi paing diute, uji kari mau ang labing diute sa ngatanan. This hat is large, but that is larger. Quining kalo dako man, ipin kato labi paing dako. Is your hat as large as mine? An among kalo dako beingen sa aco? It is not so large as your. Diute pa sa imo? Do your children write as much as we? An pag sulat sa among mga anak tajangan ba sa pag salat namo? Do you read as often as I? Nagabasas ca ba sa masab sub ingen kanako? As early as you? Maseo ingen kanamo. God is the best father. An Dios mau ang lobing mayo na amahan. Remarks L. The comparative of inferiority is formed by translating the adverbs less by diute, diriat pa, ingen na, kulang, and then, into sa. X. I have less rice than coffee. Diriat pa ang akang bugas sa cape. Your father is less wise than mine. Ang amahan mo kulang sa quinidman sa aco. Your ring is not so nice as my mother's. Ang singsing mo dili ingen na manandat sa kanane. 2. The comparative of equality is formed by translating the adverbs as or so into maxima, and the second adverb as into ug, and both terms of comparison in nominative case, as X. Have you as many friends as I? Maxima bayang katagan sa mj hagala mo ug ang aco? 3. The comparative of superiority is formed by translating more by labi pa, and then into sa, and also into dili, but in this case, both terms of comparison must be placed in nominative case, like in the comparatives of majority and of inferiority. X. Honor is more precious than riches. Labi paing takus higugman ang ca tahadan sa pag kadagan sa katigayanan. 4. The relation of majority more may be also rendered by dagan pa, and then by sa or dili. X. I have more silver than gold. Dagan pa ang akang salapi sa bileo and co, or dili ang bileo and co. I have less shoes than hats. Dayute pa ang mga sapin ko, dilianakang mga kalo. Exercise 6. Exercise. I have as much money as you. Have you as many friends as I? We have less money than they. This book is small, that is smaller, and that is the smallest of all. This hat is large, but that is larger. Is your hat as large as mine? It is larger than yours. Do your children write as much as we? They write more than you. My father has more silver than gold. Your ring is not so nice as my mother's. Your father is less wise than mine. I have less rice than coffee. Do you read as often as I? Do you listen to what your brother tell you? Yes, I listen to it. God is the best father. 7th lesson. Unitive particles. Before coming to the end of this part of the nouns, we shall have a short speech about some ligaments, called unitive particles, which serve for uniting elegantly the nouns, pronouns and adjectives, and for joining together the sentences, and to give them a particular energy. These particles are the followings. Speech. Elegantly. Na. L. This particle, when it is not used as relative, serves to link the pronouns with the nouns and the adjectives. When the preceding word ends by a vowel, the letter of na must be suppressed, joining ing to the vowel, as vowel, vowel. Pretty house. Mananda na ballet. Good horse. Meo ing cabello. 2. Serves also for joining both the sentences and verbs with the adverbs ex. Come back early. Back. Bumalik siaing maseo. I doubt very much I may forgive him. Malisud kaha na paseloan ko asai, the Pag 8, 3. Remark. The Pag 8, 3. Remark. UG. It is employed instead of the article in the objective cases of indefinite objects, and in compounded sentences when are employed instead of objective case. It serves also to link the cardinal numbers x. By rice. Pumalit caug biogas. The work weakens me. Weakens. Naluya aco pagbuhat. All my neighbors' children died of plague. Ang mga anak sa akong silingan nahurit ug kamari sa salat. 17. Napolo ug pito. Ca. This particle links the cardinal numbers with the nouns x. 10,000. Napolo ca libo. My 3 horses were removed out of sight. Na wala ang mga totalo ca cabello nako. Ing. Serves for joining the sentences and the objective cases, when it is spoken in indeterminate sense. There is not now who may seek. Wala na ing makapatagayan. Have I a knife? Duna baaco ing usa ca cuchillo? Exercise 7. Exercise. You speak as much as I. They have not so many toys as books. Have you as many books as I? I have fewer than you. Has our friend as many birds as chickens? He has more of the former than of the latter. Are we right in speaking? You are not wrong in speaking, but you are wrong in cutting my trees. Have you time to work? One have time, but not mind to work. Have you still a mind to buy anything? Yes, I have a mind to buy 1 more horse. Have you as much good as bad paper? I have as much of the one as of the other. Have our neighbors as much honey as sugar? They have more honey than sugar. Have your sons as many slippers as shirts? They have more of the latter than of the former. I have a favor to beg of you. 8th lesson. The verb. The verb is the most important part of all languages, and also the most difficult. By this reason, to speak with somewhat perfection the Bisaya dialect, it is necessary a perfect acquaintance with it. The Bisaya dialect has not verbs, and they must be formed by adding to the roots particles, which shall be placed either before or after, as we shall explain. Most difficult. Bisaya. Bisaya. In Bisaya the verbs is divided into substantive, adjective, passive, neuter, reciprocal, and reflexive. Substantive. Passive. Of the substantive verb to be, mao, man. The verb to be and its like to have are irregulars in their conjugation, and to form their sentences, it is necessary to use a very new form. They are expressed by means of particles, adverbs, conjunctions, and sometimes by means of the employment of both nominative and genitive cases. Conjugation of the verb to be, mao, man. Indicative mood, present tense. Singular. Plural. I am. Aco Mao man. We are. Cain quita Mao man. Thou art. Ico Mao man. You are. Camel Mao man. He is. Si Mao man. They are. Sila Mao man. Rem. The particle man is euphonic when the sentences are not of the verb to be ex. Did you go to Spain? Naca ad to basa España? I did not. Uala man aco amadto. Past tense. I was good when I was younger. Male man aco sa bata pa aco. I was rich the last year. Salapian man aco sa tuig na miague. Future. I shall or will be serious. Butan man aco. Imperative. Be serious. Mag butan ca. Subjunctive mood. It is necessary you be saint. Quina hengel and na masantos ca. Conditional future. If I were humble, I should be saint. Siun mappa ubsanon aco unta, masantos unta. Indefinite future. I would be saint, if I fulfilled God's law. Fulfilled. Santos man aco unta siun makachuman unta aco sa mj sugo sa dios. Rem. El data it will be observed by the preceding conjugation that the particle mao, to be, is used but in the present tense of indicative mood. 2. The particle man, to be, does not point out by itself the tense, but it does the determining, may it be a noun or a whole sentence. 3. A to point out the subjunctive mood is used unta, when the sentences are obdative, and in other cases are employed cun, eg, or pa. 4. As auxiliaries of the verb man, are employed the article ang before or after the noun, or the particle y after the subjective case. Auxiliaries. 5. The same must be said of the particle ne. Are formed also sentences of the verb man, by placing the attribute before the subject it refers to. 6. A with padka or mag, before the adjective are formed also these kind of sentences. A few examples may elucidate these remarks. The priest is God's successor, and also the father of the souls. Successor. An per mau a ilis sa dios, ugi mau man yazab, ang amahan sa mj kalig. The flowers are pretty. Man and dut man ang mj bilak. I will make it. Akoy magabuhat. Who will be my comforter? Quinsa ne mas sie lipi kanako? What a beautiful effigy! Padka man and dut nalareoin. What does concern you, about my good or bad behavior? Anse labat mo, siuen meo baco, siuen dilibie? Behave well at teacher's house. Mag but in ca baya sa ballet sa magtoton. How? Is ill my behave? Diai? Doubt in baco? God is the Almighty. An Dios maui maka gagahim esain gadanin. I am who shall go. Akoy mo adto didto. Good should be. Ma eo unta. A moment. Carry it da. Are you a chattering fellow? Hi nulti han se ba. What countryman is he? Taga dien basai? God is everywhere. An Dios anasa bison dien. Exercise 8. Exercise. Who is the priest? The priest is God's successor, and the father of the souls. Are pretty the flowers? Yes, all the flowers are pretty. But the lily is the most beautiful, then it is the symbol of purity, chastity, virginity, innocence, and candor. Where are you from? I am from Aloran, my parents are from Cornigo, my eldest brother from Oroquiada, and my younger from Tagbilaran. Do you wish to send one more horse to our friends? I wish to send many more to them. Are you going for anything? I am. Going for something. What are you going for? I am going for some wine. Does your father send for anything? Yes, sir. He sends for some wine. Whom does your neighbor send for? He sends for the physician. Does your servant take off his shirt to make the fire? He takes it off to make it. Successor. Innocence. 9th lesson. To be, anie, nai or ane, tua. When the verb to be points out to be in a place, is translated into bisaya by anie, to be here, nai or ane, to be there, and tua, to be far from the speaker. Instead of the English adverbs here, there, are used in bisaya dinhi, here, dia, there, ditto, there, further. Bisaya. The indicative present does not need adverbs of place. Indicative present. I am here. Anya man aco. Dinhi. Thou art there. Nasie man. Dia. He is there. Further. To a man asai. Ditto. We are here. Anya man quida or came dinhi. You are there. Na man camo. Dia. They are there, further. To a man sila. Ditto. Past tense. I was here when you was there. Further. Dinhi man aco sa ditto ca pa. I was there yesterday. Ditto man aco ca hapon. Future. I will be there tomorrow. Ditto man aco engma. Conditional future. I would be there, if you were pleased. Did to unta aco, cun but ca pa unta. Subjunctive mood. Future. It is necessary you be there. Quinahanglan na did to ca. Absolute indefinite. That I might be here. Dinhi unta aco. Conditionate indefinite. If I were there. Cun did to pa unta aco. Imperative mood. Be there ye you. Dia camo. Gerund. Being there I saw him. Sa did to aco, Nikita ko sae. Rem. When the verb to be points out the actual conditions of persons or things, the root pointing out such a condition becomes verb by means of the particle ma of the neuter verbs. Things. Indicative mood. I am sick. Ma sakwat man aco. Past tense. He was sick, when I was well or strong. Ma sakwat sae, sa pagka meo ko yuji lawas. Absolute future. He will or shall be ill tomorrow. Ma sakwat sae ugma. Conditional future. If I were sick, you would care of me. Siyun ma sakwat aco unta, ico mag alima unta kanako. Gerund. Being he sick, was not willing to take the medicines. Sa ing pagka sakwat wala asai but inam sa mj tambal. Conjugation of the verb to have. The verb to have in a determinate sense is translated into bisaya by anya, for first persons, nai or ane, for the seconds, and tua, for the thirds. Indicative mood, present tense. I have the shirt. Anya kanako ang sinaina. They have the hat. Tua kanila ang kalo. Past tense. When you were looking after the shirt, it was with me. Sa pag pangita mosa sinaina, dinhi man kanako. Rem. The other tenses of this conjugation are formed by means of the adverbs dinhi, dia, and ditto, according to the persons, placing the person in ablative case immediately after the adverb or particle. I had the hat yesterday. Ca hapon dinhi kanako ang kalo. I shall or will have the hat tomorrow. Ugma dinhi na kanako ang kalo. I would have the fan, if I bought it. Dinhi unta kanako ang pei, siyun palad ang ko unta. If I had the ring, I would give it to you. Siyun dinhi pa unta kanako ang singzing, I hatag ko unta kanamo. To have, in partitive sense. El dada, the verb to have in partitive sense, is translated into bisaya by may, duna or aduna, with the person in nominative or genitive case. Indicative mood, present tense. Have you money? Me salapi caba? I have some money. Dune akong salapi. Past tense. I had money yesterday, and you had not. Ca hapon duna ma akong salapi, ugi ica wala. Absolute future. I shall have money tomorrow. Ugma duna me akong salapi. Conditional future. You might have money if you worked. Icao duna unta ugi salapi, siun mag trabajo ca unta. Subjunctive mood. I have had money, I would give it to you. Siun dune unta aco ugi salapi, I hatag ko unta kanamo. Gerund. Having money, all is easy. Sa pag ka dune salapi, ang gatanan mahimo. 2. When speaking of immaterial things, the root becomes verb with the particle na of neuter verbs. Thus, I am cold. Na tugneo man aco. I was cold yesterday, and you warm. Ca hapon gui tugneo aco ugico gui inidin. 3. The root tugneo admits gui instead of ma, and the root init admits also gui with the passive of in. I was warm yesterday. Ca hapon na init and aco. You will or shall be warm. Ma init and ca. The impersonal expression, there, to be. Duna. Indicative mood, present tense. Is there a man in the street? Duna bay usaca dao sa dalen? There are 20. Duna man ca luhain. There is no body in the street. Uali dao sa dalen. There was rice yesterday at the town, but there was not money. Ca hapon dune bugas sa long saad, apinuale salapi. The last month there was rice. Sa bulin namiage, dune bugas. If there were rice, there would be not hunger at the province. Cun dune bugas unta, wala unta yuji gudam sa provincia. Exercise 9. Exercise. When does your father intend to depart? He intends to depart today. At what o'clock? At 4 o'clock. Where is he going? He goes to Madrid. Does the butcher kill oxen? He kills sheep instead of killing oxen. Do you always take off your hat when you speak to my father? I always take it off. What do you take in the morning, tea or coffee? I take coffee. Do you take coffee every morning? I take coffee every morning and every evening. What does your father take? He drinks chocolate. How far did the children go this morning? As far as their cousins. Has anyone stolen anything from you? Someone has stolen a fine horse from me. Kills. Sheep. 10th lesson. The adjective verbs. The verbs, as we have said, are formed by means of roots and particles equivalents to the 4 tenses, present, past, future, and imperative of the Bisaya conjugation. The other tenses are formed with the particles of the 4 primitives, as we shall see in the conjugation. The particles we refer to are naga and its compounds, nagaka, nagapa, nagapaka, naca mi, and many others we shall use at their place. In order to aid the scholars in the knowledge and formation of the tenses, we shall conjugate here a verb in active voice, by means of the particle naga, which is the most common. The pupil shall not lose of sight that in this dialect all the last syllables are like, being only changed the persons. To choose, pag pilai. Infinitive. To choose. Pag pilai. Gerund. Choosing. Sa pag pilai. Past participle. Chosen. Pianili. Indicative mood. Present tense. I choose. Aco naga pilai. Thou choosest. Ico naga pilai. He, she chooses. Sai naga pilai. We choose. Kame or quita naga pilai. You choose. Kamo naga pilai. They choose. Sila naga pilai. Imperfect preterite. I chose. When? Naga pilai aco sa. Thou chosest, and? Naga pilai ca. Past perfect. I have chosen. Nag pilai aco. Thou hast chosen. Nag pilai ca. Pluperfect. I had chosen. Na pilai na aco. Thou hadst chosen. Human na ico nag pilai. He had chosen. Ubus na asai nag pilai. Imperfect future. I shall or will choose. Aco mega pilai. Thou shalt or wilt choose. Ico mega pilai. Perfect future. I shall have chosen. Nag pilai na kaha aco. Thou shalt have chosen. Nag pilai ca na kaha. Imperative. Choose. Mag pilai ca. Let him choose. Mag pilai asai. Choose. Mag pilai camo. Let them choose. Mag pilai sila. Subjunctive mood, present. That I may choose or not. Mag pilai aco unta, eg dilly. That thou mayest choose. Na mag pilai ca. That he may choose. Apad asai mag pilai. That we may choose. Na quita mag pilai. That you may choose. Na camo unta mag pilai. That they may choose. Na sila unta mag pilai. Imperfect preterite. That I might choose. Ugaco pe mega pilai. That thou mightest choose. Ugicao unto mega pili. That he might choose. Ug mega pili palamon si. That we might choose. Ug mag pili pa quita. That you might choose. Ug camo unte mega pili. That they might choose. Ug sila pa lamong mag pili. Perfect preterite. That I may have chosen, or not. Na nag pili aco unta, sianuala. That thou mayest have chosen. Na nag pili sie na unta. That he may have chosen. Na sie nag pili. That we may have chosen. Nag pili quita or came unta. That you may have chosen. Na nag pili camo. That they may have chosen. Na nag pili sila. Pluperfect. If I might have chosen. Siun aco pe nakag pili. If thou mightest have chosen. Siun icao dia nakag pili. If he might have chosen. Siun nakag pili pa unta si. If we might have chosen. Siun nakag pili unta quita. If you might have chosen. Siun nakag pili unta camo. If they might have chosen. Siun sila dia nakag pili. Imperfect future. If I shall or will choose. Ug dao aco ang mega pili. If thou shalt choose. Ug dao mega pili ca. If he shall choose. Ug dao si mega pili. If we shall choose. Ug dao mega pili quita. If you shall choose. Ug dao camo mega pili. If they shall choose. Ug dao sila ang mega pili. Perfect future. If I shall or will have chosen. Siren dao nag pili aco ogling. If thou shalt and. Siren icao ogling nag pili na. If he shall and. Siren si ogling nag pili na. If we shall and. Siren came ogling nag pili na. If you shall and. Siren camo na ogling nag pili. If they shall and have chosen. Siren dao sila na ogling nag pili. Rem. It must be observed that the adverbs and conjunctions we have made use of in subjunctive mood are not characteristic signs of this mood, and very often we speak in subjunctive without them. Although the passive voice is the most usual in the Bisaya dialect, the active sentences have, however, a very important place at the conversation, and therefore it is necessary to know that when the speech begins by a nominative agent, express or tacite, the sentence is active. The same must be said when the sentence is about an indeterminate thing, when exclamatory, interrogative, or emphatical, and when points out a part of a whole x. Most usual. You shall hear Mass now. Icao mu sing the Karen. Who does observe God's commandments, will obtain the everlasting life. Ang maka chuman sa mj sugo sa Dios, maka dangat sa pag hamaya na dayan sa langit. Which of you will accompany me? Quinsa bie canino ang mu yuban kanako? Will you sew the shirt? Mega tahi sie bie sa sinina? I will not sew it, but my sister. Dili acio mega tahi, siun dili ang igsoan ko na babai. Who will read this letter? Quinsa bie ang mega basa nining silit? Look for a child from the school. Mang ida cia usa cia bata sa esquelahin. If I know how to read or not, what does it concern you? Siun mahibalo acio mag basa siun dili bie anse labit ammoniana? Exercise X. Exercise. Can you walk, and do you not can go to church? I am not able to go to church, because I am sick. Will you can endure it? Do not pretend to be a learned man, because your own wood avails but little. Do you wish to work? I wish to work and they let me not. Where is your wife? I do not know. When did you see her? I saw her at 7 o'clock in the morning. Whom are you speaking to? I am speaking to my sister. Do you speak to her every day? What does this man spend his time in? He is a good-for-nothing fellow. He spends his time in drinking and playing. Who are the men that have just arrived? They are Russians. Is your father arrived at last? Everybody says that he is arrived, but I have not seen him yet. Has the physician hurt your son? He has hurt him. For he has cut his finger. Avails. 11th lesson. Of the passives. The Bisaya dialect being almost completely passive, the study of this speaking mood is of great importance. 3 are the passives or moods of expressing the verbs in passive voice. Passive the first or passive of I-e. The second passive or of on, and the third passive or of in. The passive of I-e is formed by putting ge before the root for present and past tenses, and I-e for future and imperative. Passive the second or of on is formed by placing the particle ge before the root for present and past tenses, the future by duplicating the first syllable of the root putting on after, or by placing one of the particles of future tense before the root and on after. Bisaya. The third passive or of in is formed by putting the particle ge before the root and an after, for present and past tenses. The future is formed by duplicating the first syllable of the root, and placing before the root one of the particles of future tense, and an after. The imperative mood is formed by putting an after the root. Conjugation of the passives. Passive of I-e. Present and past tenses. I leave him, or he has been left by me. Ge bilan ko asai. Future and imperative. He will be left, or let him be left by me. I bilan ko asai. Infinitive. When he left him. Sa pag bilan kania. Passive of on. Present and past tenses. It is, or it has been written by them. Ge sulit nila. Future. Will be written by them. Su sulit on or pega sulit on nila. Imperative. Let it be written by them. Su sulit on nila. Infinitive. To be written by them. Sa pag sulit nila. Imperative. Write that. Sulit on mo kana. Passive of an. Present and past tenses. It is or has been opened by me. Ge lukaban ko. Future. Will be opened by me. Lu lukaban or pega lukaban ko. Imperative. Let it be opened by you. Lukaban mo. Impersonal imperative. Be that opened. Lukabai or lukabai kana. Rem. The other tenses are formed by means of conjunctions and adverbs of the active conjugation. To speak well the Bisaya dialect, it is absolutely necessary to understand when and how every one of the passives must be used, and also the mechanism of their sentences, which is the more difficult part, since are so many the moods and so diverse their syntax. In order to make easy to the learners the use of the passive tenses, we shall explain them as clearly as possible by examples. Learners. Sell the plantation of cocoa trees. I beligia mo ang sie lubihan. We have sold it now. Gui beligia na namo. Count the cows. Isipan mo ang mga vaca. We have counted them, and 4 are out of sight yet. Gui isip na namo yuji kilang pa yuji yupat sie boosi. Order to have them searched at 1. Papang ita alamang sa madali. Water the plants, because it is very warm. Bobo and mo ang mga tanam, ke mainit sieo. Cover the child, because it very cold. Tabanayan bata, ke ma tugneo sieo. Did you go very far? Haleo biang among gay lactin. I am gone as far as my brothers. Gay lactin ko kutub sa ballet sa akong igsoan. Exercise 11. Exercise. Are you pleased with your servant? I am much pleased with him, for he is lit for anything. Has your brother returned at last from Spain? He has returned thence, and has brought you a fine horse. Has he told his groom to bring it to me? He has told him to bring it to you. What do you think of that horse? I think that it is a fine and good one, and beg you to lead it to my brother's that he may see it. In what did you spend your time yesterday? I went to my father's-in-law, and afterwards to the ball. When did that man go down into the well? He went down into it this morning. Has he come up again yet? He came up an hour ago. Where is your brother? He is in his room. Will you tell him to come down? Namanog asae. I will tell him so, but he is not dressed. Namanog asae. 12th lesson. Some rules upon the passives and their sentences. Passive of I-e. This passive is made use of when the agent person exercises its action removing from itself the patient person. Patient. The sentences of this passive are formed by putting ge before the root for the present and past tenses, and I-e for the future and imperative. This passive points out the harm, detriment, obsequiousness or favor made to another, placing the receiver person in nominative case, the donor in genitive, and in accusative with ug or sa the favor or harm. Passive of on. It is employed when the agent person attracts towards itself to the patient person. When it is spoken by means of this passive, the present and past tenses are formed by placing ge before the root, the future doubling the first syllable of the root and putting on after, and the imperative mood by placing on after the root. Patient. Passive of an. It is employed when the agent person exercises its action upon a place or quasi-place, putting the said place or quasi-place in nominative case. The present and past tenses are formed with ge before the root and in after it, the future, by duplicating the first syllable of the root and by adding into it, and the imperative mood by putting in after the root. Examples. Exercises. Pull off that herb. Ibtion mo kenong balili. Wherever they may place me, I will follow my own mind. Bison asa aco ibitang nila, maka chuman aco sa kong pag beauty. I imitate him. Gui panaging nin ko si. Speak to him. Palmolong in mosi. I gave him the book. Gui hatag ko na kania ang libro. Please accept that. Deot o kana. Please to explain it to me. Sagdi aco. Exercise 12. Exercise. On what lived our ancestors? They lived on fish and game, for they went a hunting and a fishing every day. You have learned your lesson. Why has not your sister learned hers? She has taken a walk with my mother, so that she could not learn it, but she will learn it tomorrow. When will you correct my exercises? I will correct them when you bring me those of your sister. Do you think you have made faults in them? I do not know. If you have made faults, you have not studied your lessons well, for the lessons must be learned well to make no faults in the exercises. It is all the same. If you do not correct them today, I shall not learn them before tomorrow. You must not make any faults in your exercises, for you have all you want in order to make none. Who is there? It is I. Who are those men? I do not know. Of what country are they? They are Americans. Why do you sit near the fire? My hands and feet are cold. That is the reason why I sit near the fire. Are your sister's hands cold? No, but her feet are cold. What is the matter with your cousin, femme? Her leg hurts her. What is the matter with this woman? Her tongue hurts her. 13th lesson. Of the particles. Naga. The particle naga, the most usual in the Bisaya dialect, has the same signification as the root to which is joined. Its tenses are formed with naga for the present time, nag for past, mega for the future, and mag for the imperative mood. They all before the root. As to write. Pag sulit. I write. Aco naga sulit. You wrote. Ico nag sulit. They will or shall write. Sila mega sulit. Write. PL. Mag sulit camo. 2. This particle admits the three above mentioned passives, and its tenses are formed by placing sometimes before, and sometimes after, the particles at 12th lesson mentioned. They may be also formed by putting pega before the root for future tense, and pag for the imperative. Examples. Present and past. I write or wrote. Gui sulit ko. Future. I will or shall write. Sulit on or pega sulit on ko. Imperative. Write. Sulit on or pag sulit on mo. 3. This particle signifies to do what the root to which precedes points out, but in many ways, as we shall demonstrate. 4. Placing it before the nouns of dress, garment or garb, signifies to use them or to put on them. Thus, he wears shoes. Sai naga sapin. Put on your hat. Mag kalosie. 5. Before roots of musical instruments, signifies to play on them, as play you on the guitar? Naga sesta ba? She harps. Sai naga arpa. Play on the piano. Mag piano ca. 6. When it is joined to the nouns of nations and in is inserted between the first two syllables of the root, signifies to speak or to translate into that nation's language, and in this case, the second passive will be employed. But when addressing a person, the third must be used, ex. Addressing. Speak to me in Latin. Latin. Mag el en aten ca kanako. Translate that book into Bisaya. Bisaya on mo or pag Bisaya on mo canon libro. Speak not to me in Spanish. Dili acio nimo chu in achila en. Time to. Tiempo ese. Courage to. Gaham ese. To be right in. Ca tarangan ese. To be wrong in. Wali ca tarangan ese. Afraid to. Ca haluk ese. Wish or mind to. Naha gugma or gugma ese. To work. Pag buhat. To speak. Pag sulti, pag polong. To buy. Pag pallet. To tear. Pag gaisai. To break. Pag boong. I have a mind to work. Naha gugma aco mag buhat. Have you time to work? Duna bie camo UG tiempo ese pag buhat? We have time but not mind to work. Dune tiempo, apen dili came maha gugma. Have you a mind to buy my horse? Naha gugma bie camo mu pallet ese a con cabello. I am afraid to break the glass. Na haduk aco mag boong ese vaso. Exercise 13. Exercise. One of the valets de chambers of Louis XIV requested that prince, as he was going to bed, to recommend to the first president a lawsuit which he had against his father-in-law, and said in urging him, "Alas, sire, you have but to say one word." "Well," said Louis XIV, "it is not that which embarrasses me, but tell me, if thou wert in thy father-in-law's place, and thy father-in-law in thine, wouldst thou be glad, if I said that word? If the men should come, it would be necessary to give them something to drink. If he could do this, he would do that. I have always flattered myself, my dear brother, that you loved me as much as I love you. But I now see that I have been mistaken. I have heard, my sister, that you are angry with me, because I went a-walking without you. But I assure you that had I known that you were not sick, I should have come for you. But I inquired at your physician's after your health, and he told me that you had been keeping your bed the last 8 days. 14th lesson. Of the imperative, called impersonal. 1. Of the second and third passives have a second imperative called impersonal, because does not mention the person, wherefore, their sentences are called impersonals. The imperative of the second passive ends by a, and that of the third by I. Their sentences are formed by placing the object in nominative case, and the verb in imperative mood x. Kill the dog. Padia al nairo. Put an end to that. Hudakana. Help us. Tabang I came. Write it. Solide. Read that book. Besa canong libro. Call to Mr. Lewis. Taga si Senior Lewis. Wait for me. Hulata acio. Light the globe. Dagkadayan globo. 2. When the sentence is negative, the English not is translated into Bisaya by io or ala x. It was not met. Uala hiquidai. Be not turbulent. Io pag samike. Cry not to me. Io pag singadai. Put not out the candle. Io pag palna on candela. 3. The impersonal imperative of the passive of in is not compounded with the particle pag x. Pay what you owe, and comfort the afflicted. Comfort. Berayang mga utang nino lipian nino ang mga tao na nasa kalisad. Love God and your neighbor as yourselves. Neighbor. Hi gugma ang nino ang Dios ingan I siga tao nino maingan kanino. Let us love and practice virtue, and we shall be happy both in this life and in the next. Hi gugma ang UG buhat ang taang ca tarong and UG ma palad and quita niini UG sa amala banaquinabo. Present participles or gerunds. We have said that the Bisaya conjugation has but 4 tenses, but in order to make the scholar acquainted with the tenses, the English conjugation must be referred to. We make use of all the tenses. The sentences of present participle are formed sometimes by placing sa and pag before the root. Examples. Referred. This morning when you was preaching, were the children playing? Kanina sa pagoili mo nag dalagila ang mj bata. Our Lord spent his night time in praying. Spent. Ang ginutagay kabuntag and sa pagampo. 3. The gerunds are formed also with the adverb laban na, and the verb in future or in subjunctive, as the sinners despised to our Lord, seeing they should adore him. Gui pasepad and samga makesa sala an adon ginoo, laban na pega singbahan nila unta. 4.0 By means of verbal nouns are formed also gerunds called of time or causals, and their sentences are formed by placing the leading verb in nominative with pag before the root, and the subordinate is formed with the particle na or maui and the particle of future igax. When seeing you, my heart was glad. On pagtaneo ko kanamo, nalape on casing ko. When you departed he grew sad. On pagikan mo namangeo sia. Exercise 14. Exercise. Would you have money if your father were here? Should have some if he were here. A French officer having arrived at the court of Vienna, the Empress Teresa asked him if he believed that the Princess of N, whom he had seen the day before, was really the handsomest woman in the world, as was said. Madam, replied the officer, I thought so yesterday. What has become of your uncle? I will tell you what has become of him. Here is the chair upon which he often sat. Is he dead? He is dead. When did he die? He died 3 weeks ago. I am very sorry at it. Why do you not sit down? If you will sit down to my side, I will sit down also. But if you go, I shall go along with you. Will you tell me what has become of your sister? I will tell you what has become of here. Is she dead? She is not dead. What has become of her? She is gone to Manila. What has become of your sisters? I cannot tell what has become of them, for I have not seen them 6 years ago. 15th Lesson. Infinitive sentences. 1. The infinitive sentences are composed of leading verb and subordinate verb, the latter in infinitive mood, as I want to sew. Butaco mag tahi. I want to take a wife. Butaco mangasawa. 2. When the sentences have between both leading and subordinate verbs a relative pronoun, express or tacit, this pronoun is translated into Bisaya by na, and the subordinate verb must be placed in subjunctive mood or in future, either active or passive. In the same way are they formed, when between leading and subordinate verbs is the conjunction if, which is translated into Bisaya by cun. Express. It is not suit you go to the cockfight. Dili angi nam wato sa bulungan. My teacher told me that I must learn to count. Mi ingan ang magtoto an kanako na mag to an aco sa pag isip. I wish you to talk. Butaco namulikeo ca. I wish you to write me. You. Naga tingwa aco namu sulit ca kanako. I doubt that I can make it. Ambitsuan makabuhat aco niana. 3. When the leading verb is the verb to be, the sentences are also of to be, and the subordinate verb is used as a substantive with the particle pag or pagka in nominative, preceded by the article am, to wit. Is it decent to dance? Meo beang pag sao? It is necessary to go to school. Necessary. Quina hangalan ang pag adto sa eskwelahan. It is indecorous to bathe before people. Man jilad man ang pagkaligo sa achabangan samj tau. For in this manner are formed these sentences with the neuter verbs. Example. The excessive rain does not suit. Dili angiang hin labihan na pagulan. 5. When the governed verb is preceded by the prepositions to, for, in order to, these sentences are called finals, and are translated into Bisaya by karen, being the governed verb translated by subjunctive mood, active or passive. Examples. I did come here for visiting my uncle. Me and he aco karen mag do aco sa oyo and co. We have been ordered by the governor to pay the tax. Na deo namo ug orden and I amba karen I had namo ang buhis. I pray to be loved by the people. Na nyadi aco karen hi gugma an aco sa mga dao. 6. When the leading verb is one of the auxiliary may, can or to be able, it is translated by the potential naca. Signifying to incite, to invite, is rendered by nakwig, when to implore, to be fond of or to give one's mind to, is translated by naki, when signifies to have made, to bespeak, by naga and pa, and when to allow, to let, must be rendered by napa, which particles before the root include in themselves the signification of the governed verb. Examples. It. Potential. Did you can go up to the belfry? Belfry. Nace saca ca basa campanario? Will you be able to carry away that rice bag? Maka dala ca ba nianang baliyat sa bugas? The children incite me to speak into church. An mj bata nakwig sulti kanako sa singbahin. Mother, Anthony is inviting me to dance. Nene, si Antonio nakwig sao kanako. Francis begs me to have pity on him. Si Francisco naki malui kanako. I have got the rice plantation made. Gipa tanam ko naang basakan. Bespeak a cane for me. Pa buhat on moug ca songkod kanako. When do you intend to have my habits sewed? Anus a baico magapa tahi sa akong mj habito? Will you consent to be deceived by that liar? Deceived by Pa limong ca ba nianang bakakan? Allow not your daughter to go to the ball. I'll mapasayo sa among anak. Remark upon the change of letters. The most important changes which the scholar is advised attentively to study to avoid ambiguity are these. Scholar. L. Roots beginning by C or chu, changes in composition these letters into G, as to C, Quita Nangita. Quita Nangita. 2. When the first syllable is B or P, it is changed into M, and those beginning with M retain this letter, but the particle drops the final N, as to make, buhat, na mahat, to speak, palong, na malong, to grow dark, malat, na malat. Buhat, na mahat. Palong, na malong. Malat, na malat. 3. When the initials are D, S, or T, change the said syllables into N, and the component particle drops the N, thus, to be angry, tuyo, na nuyo dot, to cry, singit, na ningit, to visit, do, na nueo. Tuyo, na nuyo. Singit, na ningit. Do, na nueo. Exercise 15. Exercise. Why do you open the door? Do you not see how it smokes here? I see it, but you must open the window instead of opening the door. The window does not open easily. That is the reason why I open the door. When will you shut it? I will shut it as soon as the smoke is gone. Is it useful to speak much? When we wish to learn a foreign language, it is useful to speak a great deal. Is it as useful to write as to speak? It is more useful to speak than to write. But in order to learn a language, one must do both. Is it useful to write all that one says? That is useless. Where did you take this book from? I took it out of the room of your friend. Is it right to take the books of other people? It is not right, I know. But I wanted it, and I hope that your friend will not be displeased, for I will return it to him as soon as I have read it. 16th Lesson. Of the particles pa and ij. Pa. The particle pa, which is also an adverb of time and mood, and signifies yet, still, notwithstanding, has a very important place in the Bisaya dialect, and is sometimes used only redundantly, to give more force to the sentence. For the benefit of learners, we shall explain it here, before speaking of the verbals particles to which is joined to form the sentences. L. Before some verbs has the signification of to wish, to try, to desire, and to allow that the signification of the root may take place on the subject, as the haughty wishes to be requested by everybody. Ein pa labalabi han pa ampo gaihapan. Father, give me only the extra monction. Pa hilug lamon aco pair. I want to have some money so as to buy a fine shirt, and they give me not, for they say, it is vanity. Pa hatag man aco ug salapi na ij palat ko ug usa ca monandat na sinina, ug dili aco taga and k perieg kono. 2. Before nouns of place signifies to go there, as where are you going? Asa ico pa ingen? I turn to home. Pa uli aco sa amo. Where will you go when you die? Sa pag kamati mo asa ico pa ingen? I shall ascend into heaven. Pa langat aco gayud. 3. It is employed also as a joining conjunction, and in this case, is used to exaggerate the phrase, placing the thing or the object refers to before, thus. You also deceive me? Deceive. Ico pa nagalan bong kanako? He is a gambler and thief. Si sugarol man ugkoit and pa. He is sick and does play. Naga lingalingo asai yuji nasa quit pa man. 4. A bison pangani answers to the English conjunctions though, notwithstanding, for all that and. X. Although they allow me not to play, I will play. Bison pangani dili aco pa shugal nila. Mu shugal aco gayad. Although they may punish me, I will have not answer. Bison pangani lattice on aco nila, dili aco mu tingig. 5. A serves also to point out the beginning and the end of an action X. I was called, when I had just arrived. I go pa aco mia but, gay tauag aco nila. Iga or ica. These particles signify the instrument, tool, or mean with which a thing is done. They answer to the future of the passive mood X. This is the axe with which you have to cut the tree. Malquini ang oasi na iga or ica pathil mosa kahui. But for Yuji dili pa anta. But for he is a gambler, this man would be so good as your brother. Quining tau ma ingoningen yuji but and sa igsun mo, yuji dili pa anta sai na sugarol. If you allow me, I will teach you Spanish. Akoi megatu an kanamo yuji chu in aquila, yuji tugat and pa aco. Exercise 16. Exercise. This man has altered a great deal. Where did you be born? I will not to answer you. If you do not make your appearance before him, I will not speak to him. How is this said? That cannot be said in Bisaya. Children must be accustomed early to the labor. I am accustomed to write. I cannot express myself in Bisaya. Because I am not in the habit of speaking it. The man laughs and weeps by turns. If I knew what you have done. Will you allow me to go to the shore? I do not permit you to go there. Do it in haste. Why does Ferdinand complain of his wife? Thomas complains of Fructuosa and Fructuosa of Thomas. Who is right? They are both wrong, for Thomas wishes to take Fructuosa's toys and Fructuosa Thomas's. 17th lesson. Of the particle nagapa. Nagapa. This particle is formed from the particles naga and pa, and signifies to allow, to order, to have done what the root points out. The active tenses are formed according to the rules laid down for naga, adding invariably pa. Active voice, present. I bespeak. Aco nagapa buhat. Past tense. I bespoke. Aco nagpa buhat. Future. They will bespeak. Sila magapa buhat. Imperative mood. Order the tailor to sew. Magbatahi casa mananahi. 2. This particle admits the three passives according to the above mentioned rules for each of them. The present and past tenses of the first passive are formed by placing gipa before the root, the future and imperative with ipa before, and the infinitive mood with pagpa. Present tense. I order to sew the shirt. Gipa tahi koang sinaina. Past tense. I have had the shirt sewed. Gipa tahi koang sinaina. Future. You will order the shirt to be sewed. Ipa tahi mo ang sinaina. Imperative. Order the shirt to be sewed. Ipa tahi mo ang sinaina. 3. The sentences of this first passive are formed by placing in nominative case the object of the commandment, the verb in passive voice, in genitive the orderer, and in dative, the errand. Tell the servant to bring the portmanteau, it is on the coach, upstairs. Ipa saka mo sa bata ang maleta na tua didto sa coach. Tell him to carry this letter to the post office. Ipa dala mo kania quining sulit sa koreo. Send them for grass for the horse. Ipa hadid mo canilla uji campi sa cabello. 4. The present and past tenses of the second passive are formed with gipa before the root, the future and imperative by putting pa before the root, and on after, and the infinitive mood with pagpa before. Present. I make it known. Gipa hibaloko. Past. I made it known. Gipa hibaloko. Future. You will make it known. Pa hibalo on mo. Imperative mood. Make it known. Pa hibalo on mo, pa hibaloe. 5. The sentences of this passive are formed by putting the object upon which the action falls in nominative case, the verb, in passive voice, in genitive, the errand person, and in accusative that who performs the thing, if there be. X. I ordered the servant to call the tailor. Gipa en hiko sa bata ang magtatahi. Did you order to buy the hemp I recommended you? Gipa palit mo biang lanat nagoy togan ko kanamo? Order your sister to sew the shirt, because the Easter is approaching. Approaching. Patahian mo sa sinina ang among igsoan, ke ha dul na ang Pasco. 6. The present and past tenses of passive the third are formed by putting gipa before the root and in after, the future and the imperative with pa before and in after, and the infinitive mood by placing pagpa before the root. I order or I ordered to sweep. Gipa silhig and co. You will order to sweep. Pa silhig and mo pa silhig I. Order to sweep. Pa silhig and mo. Tried to carry me to your house, for I do not feel very well. Ipa danget mo aco unto sa among ballet, ke ma sequit aco. When God be pleased to take us into heaven, we shall enjoy with everlasting pleasures. Siun pa danget unquita sa dios sa langet, pega hiagam anta ang mgacao han na langet nan. Please accept the present I send you, as a proof of your presence in my thoughts. Dwada ang regalo na gipadala ko kanamo, sa timan sa akang pag hanumdum kanamo. 7. The sentences of this passive are formed by placing the spot, person or thing in nominative case, the verb in the third passive, the order in genitive, in dative the errand boy, and in accusative the errand. Examples. I have told you, to pay the workman 3 mex a day. Gipa sohol and ko kanamo I mga mag babirhat tag atlo ca pesos on the bleo. Would to God, that the judge compel them to restore me the $100 they have stolen from me. Agad pa unta, na pa bear and aco canela sa hakam sa usa ca gatus ca pesos na gay kaut nila kanako. Have the kindness to tell your cousin to help me to load the coconuts into the vessel. Uji ma arung sa among but, pa tabang and moaco sa among igiagao sa pag lulan sa mga libi sa sakian. 8. The negative sentences are formed in Bisaya by means of the adverbs dili, uala and io. Dili is employed in the future sentences, and is formed with the particles of imperative mood, and sometimes of indicative. Uala is made use of when the sentence is of past time, and is formed like dili. Io is employed to forbid anything, and its sentences are formed with the particle pag, and sometimes with mag. Examples. Think about the 4 last things, and you will not sin. Mag hinahuna ca sa mga ca olahi and moug dili ico makasala. You did not hear Mass this morning. Kaniha sa buntag uala ico samingba. Compel me not to eat because I am not fond of that. Io ico mag lugas kanako sa pag kayan, ke dili aco maha gugmaniana. Exercise 17. Exercise. How far are we going? We are going as far as the church. Are you going as far as the river? No, I am going as far as Dais. Have you ever stolen anything? I have never stolen anything. Do you dye anything? I dye my hat. What color do you dye it? I dye it black. Do you get your hat dyed? I get it dyed green. What hat has the boy? He has 2 hats, a white one and a black one. How far does this road lead? It leads as far as Baclayan. Where does your friend live? He lives on this side of the road. Is the garden of your sister on this or that side of the wood? It is on that side. Would you be sorry if your mother were to arrive today? I should rather be glad for it. Are you angry with me? No, I am angry with Miss Valerian, who went to the ball without telling me a word of it. 18th lesson. Of the particle nagapaka. Nagapaka. This particle is composed of naga and pa, and its active tenses are formed according to the rules above mentioned for naga, adding paka invariably. The passive voice is formed with gupaka or panaka, for the present and past tenses, and the future and imperative, with paka, before, and on after the root. This particle admits but the second and third passives and signifies to feign what the root signifies. But when added to abstracts, nouns, or to neuter verbs, signifies to do heartily what the root signifies. X. Saint Joseph was considered as the father of our Lord Jesus Christ. Si San Jose Guepaka Amahan sa Arong Ginoong Jesucristo. Do not pretend to be mad, lest we esteem you as such a one. Io kane paka biuangbuangan, tingali ona paka biuangbuangan ICAO nemo. Our Lord Jesus Christ became man in the chaste womb of the Virgin Mary. An adong ginoong Jesucristo nag paka tau uli na tian ni Maria Virgin. I will consider you as a father to me. Paka amahan on ko ICAO. 2 data before nouns of time signifies to do till the root points out, and then is rendered into Bisaya by Gika as he spent the night in praying. Gika buntagan siasa pag ampo. 3 data this particle is employed also when we make use of a thing out of its natural employment. Thus, my broad hat serves me for an umbrella. Gui paka peon ko on kalo ko na halapad. A bottle serves me for a candlestick. Panaka candelero ko on USACA botella. 4 data when in the sentence there is an expression pointing out doubt or incertitude, it is translated into Bisaya by kaha. Examples. How much can that horse be worth? Pile bayo kaha nianang caballo? It is worth $20. Ca loha and ca pesos, bileoan. Better. Mayo k, mayo sa. Your servant is better than mine. Mayo on among sologun ksaaco. Not yet. Dili pa wala pa. Does the child return you your book? Gueuli be sa batang dayute kanamo on libro mo? He does. Gueuli na. Where are you coming from? Dien sie guekan? From what place? Dien, disse? I am coming from Tagbilaran. Guekan aco sa Tagbilaran. Whose? Quinsa? Whose hat is this? Quinsa biayang tag aya anayaning kalo? The afternoon? Ang hapan. Noon. Adto. The dinner. Ang pani adto. The breakfast. Ang pa maheo. The supper. Ang pani hapan. After me. Sa human na aco. Exercise 18. Exercise. Is it right to laugh thus at everybody? I laugh at your clothes, I do not laugh at everybody. Does your daughter resemble anyone? She resembles no one. Can you not get rid of that man? I cannot get rid of him, for he will absolutely follow me. Has he not lost his wits? It may be. What does he ask you for? I do not know. Whose gun is that? It is my uncle's. Who are those men? The one who is dressed in white is my neighbor, and who is dressed with black it is the son of the physician, who has given my neighbor a blow with a stick. Are there many learned in Roma? Are there not? Milton asked a Roman. Not so many as when you were there, answered the Roman. 19th lesson. Of the particle NACA. NACA. 3 data this particle is divided into potential and causal. The potential NACA signifies to do in fact, what the root to which precedes points out, containing in itself the faculty of doing. This is the reason why the English verbs to can, to be able, are not translated into Bisaya. In the active voice the present and past tenses are formed with the particle NACA, and the future and imperative with maka. When speaking in passive voice, the present and past are formed with na, and the future and imperative by means of ma. Instead of NACA and maka, are used nakag and makag respectively, when the signification of the root is often done. These rules will be more easily understood by the following examples. The wounded horse can already walk a little. An kabayong gui samad and naca lakeo na. The sick man is already able to get up. An ma sakwad an naca tindug na. I cannot eat. Dili aco makag kayan. I have murmured against you very often. Nakeg libak aco kanamo sa mesubsub. They will be not able to overtake him, for he is, I think, far distant. Dili na sa kahama apas, ke tua na sa haleo. I cannot sleep. Dili aco makatalag. When my father died, my mother was not able to weep. Sa pag kamari anai tari, anakan inahinuala makahilak. 2 data besides the particle naca, the Bisaya dialect has some other words compensatory of the English verbs, to can, to be able, such as arung, gaham and haimo employed sometimes alone, and sometimes in composition with naca. Arung signifies to possess power of doing anything, but subordinated to another. Examples. If I could afford, I would buy a fine horse. Uji ma arung pa aco, mu palat aco unto uji usa ca ma un cabeo. If you please, give me some medicine. Uji ma arung sa among but taga I aco uji tambal. Can you afford to buy that horse? Ma ka palat ca ba nianang cabeo? I can afford it. Arung ko paladan. How is the sick? Kamusta ang masakwit? He is so. Arung na asai. Gahum signifies vigor, strength, courage, and it is employed in both material and moral acceptations, as I am an old man. Tigilang na aco, orwala na koi gahum. Did you dare to rob your master? Geno naca gahum ca pag pang aut sa among agalon? Haimo signifies to possess the power of doing anything, as can you make it? Makahimo ca be niana? I could make it, but I have not tools. Makahimo aco unta, apenuala akoi hai liemoan. What is impossible with men, God can do. Ang dili mahaimo sa mj dao, mahaimo sa Dios. Is it possible? Mahaimo ba? It is possible. Mahaimo man. The authority. Ca gamhana en. Our Lord Jesus Christ left to his ministers the power of forgiving sins. An mga ilis ni Jesu Cristo gay taga and nia sa ca gamma nan sa pag paselo sa mj sala. Exercise 19. Exercise. Why do you associate with those people? I associate with them because they are useful to me. If you continue to associate with them, you will get into bad scrapes, for they have many enemies. Do you know a good place to swim in? I know one. Where is it? On the side of the river behind the wood, near the high road. When shall we go to swim? This evening, if you please. Will you wait for me before the city gate? I shall wait for you there. But I beg you not to forget it. You know that I never forget my promises. Is this man angry with you? I think he is angry with me, because I do not go to see him. But I do not like to go to his house, for when I go there, instead of receiving me with pleasure, he looks displeased. Why do you look so sad? I have experienced great misfortunes. You must not afflict yourself so much, for you know that we must yield to necessity. But bless me, why do you cry so? 20th lesson. Of the particle naca causal. Naca causal. This particle is made use of when the nominative produces on the accusative that which the root signifies. It is also a nominative of this particle the cause or place where the effect is produced. The active voice is conjugated according to the rules laid down for naca potential. The scholar must pay particular attention to this particle in order to use it properly in its two acceptations. The potential naca is compounded but with roots of active verbs, and the causal with those of neuter verbs and of adjective nouns. The present and past tenses of this passive are formed by putting gika before the root and in after, the future and imperative with ca before and in after, and the infinitive mood placing padka or ca before. Remark. At Cebu and Bohol provinces is very often used na instead of gika, with an invariably after the root. Examples. Of what illness did John die? Anse na Madian or Gika Madian en Iwan? He was struck with fever. Ang hilanat Maui na Madian nia. 2. When speaking with this particle, the natives insert between the subject and the verb Maui or Mao, and ang, to express with more energy and precision the causality idea. Remark. The Recolito P. Zueco, of great authority on the matter, says that the verb Mao must be always inserted between both an active and passive voices when speaking with the particle naca causal. Thus, active. The medicine did well with the sick. Ang tambal maui naca sa masaquit. Passive. The medicine and ang tambal maui gika aohan sa masaquit. 3. When speaking by means of this particle in passive voice, the subjective and the objective cases stand invariably, changing only the verb. Examples. What did your brother die of? Ansa biang gika madian sa igsoan mo? He died of fever. Ang hilanat maui gika madian nia. Our Lord Jesus Christ died nailed to a shameful cross. Ang usa ca makayulaw na cruz maui gika madian sa atong ginoong jc. The just man, pities his neighbor's sufferings. Juka sakwat and sa tang madarung ang mga sakwat sa iyang isigadao. Why? Gano, mano? Because. K. For what reason? Anse hinungden K? Why did you become sick? Anse hinungden K gui sakwat ca? Will you give me the cocoa you have? Butca ba mu hatag kanako sa cacao na kanamo? I will give it to you. Butaco mu hatag kanamo sa akong cacao. Can you drink as much wine as milk? Maka inum be camo sa vino ugsa gatas na maxima sa catagan? We can drink as much of the one as of the other. Maka inum came sa ugsa na maxima sa catagan. Can our neighbors' children work? Neighbors. Maka buhat ba ang mga anak sa mga silingan ta? They can, but are not willing to work. Maka buhat sila, apin dili sila but. Whom do you wish to answer? Quinsa ba ang but nimo ba? I wish to answer my good friends. Butaco mag balas sa akong mga higalang mayo. Where is your son? Hain ba ang anak mo? He is at the street. Tua sa dalan. Why do you laugh? Ansa ba ang gikatawan nino? I am coming to work tomorrow. Mu anhi aco ugma mag biahat aco. The Almighty God. Ang makaga gahum sa gatanan. Exercise XX. Exercise. What is the price of this cloth? I sell it at 6 reals, tolo ca kahate the rod. It seems to me very dear. Will you have the kindness to show me some other pieces of that new cloth? I am ready to serve you. Does this red cloth suit you? It does not suit me. Why so? Because it is too dear. Are you learning Bisaya? Yes, I am learning it. Who is your teacher? A Recolito father. Does he teach also English? Yes. He teaches English to the natives, and also Spanish to his American friends. I wish to make his acquaintance, wherefore, I beg of you to introduce me to him. I should like to know why I do not know to speak as well as you. I will tell you, you would speak as well as I if you were not so timid, but if you had studied well your lessons, you would not be afraid to speak, because in order to speak well, it is necessary to have knowledge of, and it is very natural that he who does not know well what he has learned should be timid. If you were sure to make not faults, you would be not timid. Tolo ca kahate. Read. Because. Acquaintance. 21st lesson. Of the particles me and na. Me. The particle me signifies to do what the root points out, and is ordinarily compounded with verbs denoting motion. It is formed by putting me before the root for present tense, min for past, and mu for the future. The imperative mood is formed with before the root, when begins with a vowel, but when with a consonant, must be placed between the first and the second radical letters. X. With a vowel. With. When will the steamer arrive? Anus a ba mua but vapor? My father arrived yesterday. Ca hapun mina but si tati. Who has arrived at the town? Quinsa ba ang mina but sa long sod? I wish to enter, in order to speak with the captain. Mu sulat unto aco, sa pag sulti sa capitan. Make haste, it is my master waiting you. Diem ali ca, que gipa but ca man sa agalan ko. Do you wish to dine? But ba camo cia mayon? We wish to eat, but we do not wish to drink. But came cia mayon, apin dili came but aminim. Do you wish to drink anything? But ba camo aminim bisanansa? I do not wish to drink anything. Dili aco but mu inim bisanansa. Na. El dada the particle na is joined to the neuter verbs and signifies what the root points out. An active voice is made use of na for present and past tenses, and of ma for the future. In passive voice the tenses are formed by placing na before the root and in after for present and past, and ma before the root and in after for the future tense. This particle serves also to point out the place or quasi-place of the action. These passive particle sentences are formed by putting in subjective case the place or quasi-place, and the verb in its correspondent tense. X. Going through the forest a branch came upon me. Sa pag igwe ko dito sa ca kahuya na halagan aco sa usa ca sanga. My house was destroyed by the fire. Na sunagang akong ballet. He fell from the cocoa tree, and died. Na halag sa lubi namate. He was struck with asthma, and died of asphyxia. Gayhandas asaya na lumis. Take care that you do not fall. Ma halag ca baya. Two. The neuter verbs of action are formed by means of the particles of active verbs mega or me, as I did go up. Minsaka aco. The bird flew away. Ang langam min lupad. Where are you taking me to? As a gay dala aco nimo? I will take you to my father's yard. Dad on ta ico sa kamalig sa amahan ko. To walk. Soroi, lakit, lakeo. Are you walking? Naga soroi ca. I am walking. Naga soroi aco. When does your father walk? Aina se mega soroi ang among amahan? He walks as early as you. Naga lakeo sa maseo ingan kanamo. Early. Maseo, sa maseo. It is early. Buntag pa man. It is too late. Ha ta is na ang adleo. Enough, too. I go, Henlabian. Do you speak more than enough? Henlabian biang among pag sulti? No, I speak moderately. Dili, ca sarungan ang akong pag sulti. Already? Na. Yet. Pa. Not yet. Dili pa wala pa. Do you speak Bisaya yet? Naga sulti ca na ba saya? Not yet. Dili pa. I do not speak yet. Dili pa aco mega sulti. Never. Future. Dili sa gaihapan. No, never past. Uala, sugud. Seldom. Tagsare, talagsare. How many times? Nakapila, makapila? One, twice. Naca USA, Naca duha. Many times. Naca dagan. Heretofore, formerly. Kanhai pa, sa kanhai pa. Exercise 21. Exercise. Of what illness did your brother die? He died of fever. How is your brother? My brother is not longer living, he died last week. He was very well last year, when I was in Tagbilaran. Of what illness did he die? He died of smallpox. How is the mother of your friend? She is not well, she had an attack of ague the day before yesterday, and this morning the fever has returned. Do your pupils learn their exercises by heart? They will rather tear them than learn them by heart. Why does the mother of our servant shed tears? She sheds tears because the father, our friend, who used to give her alms, died 4 days ago. Of what illness did he die? He died oppressed by his old age. Will you help me to work when we go to Panglao? I will help you to work, if you help me now to get a livelihood. How does your sister like those oranges? She likes them very well, but she says that they are a little too sweet. Do you wish to dine here? I will dine here, provided that you had prepared a good meal. 22nd lesson. Of the particles nanag and nan. Nanag. The particle nanag is employed when the agent is more than one. The present and past tenses are formed by means of nanag, and the future and imperative with manig. When speaking in passive voice, the present and past are formed by putting gapanag before the root, and the future and imperative with panig before and on after, as the children are waiting for their teacher. On mga bata nanag hulit sa ilong magto tuan. The children will read. On mga bata manigbasa. The Carabaos have destroyed the circle. On mga kalabao nanagpang guba sa siklat. Our Lord Jesus Christ redeemed us all from the power of the devil. Redeemed. Kitang tanan naipang lukut sa adong jc sa ca bihag and sa yawa. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Paselo asila, kayuala sila mahibalo sa gapanag buhat nila. To depart, to go out. Gaikan. At what time do you wish to leave? Aina se kamo but mu gaikan? We wish to leave now. But came mu gaikan karen. To thank to God or the saints. Pagpa salamat. To thank to the men. Pagdios mag bayad. I thank you for the trouble you have taken for me. Negatios mag bayad aco kanamo saca budle mo tungad kanako. How high, of what height? Ansa biayang ca taazan? Of what height is your house? Ansa biayang kahitiasan sa among bale? To save anybody's life. Pag bawyase quinabuhi? To dispute, to contend about something. Pag lalis, pag indigindig. About what are these people disputing? Anse gay lalis and nianang mj tau? They are disputing about who shall go first. Siyuen quinsa biayang mu ona, mau ilang gay lalisin. They are contending about the signification of the Bisaya word, logwi. Logwi. Nanag indigindig sila tungad sa polong bien Isaiah, logwi. Even, not even. Dili pongani. He has not even money enough to buy some wine. Dili pongani igo on salapi nia sa pag palit ug vino. By no means. Dili gayad mahaimo. Nan. The particle nan is made use of to point out the continuance of an action, to give particular energy to the object, and also when the agent person is more than one. The active tenses present and past are formed with nan, and the future and imperative with man. In passive voice is made use of gipa for the former tenses, and of pa for the latter. Latter. The use of the change of letters, very usual in this particle, is explained about the end of the 15. Lesson, page 58, which the learned is desired to consult. Remark. The roots compounded with the particle nan may be also recompounded with the particle naca potential, according to its active conjugation. But in such a case, says the P. Sueko, if the first syllable of the root is a consonant, pang, must be inserted between naca and the root, as the sick talks nonsense. Nakapang yam yam on ma sakwit. The men are kneeling. Ang mja lalaki nakapang lohad. The women will kneel. Ang mj babainan lohad. Kneel down. Man lohad came. Exercise 22. Exercise. Are you a judge of horses? I am a judge of horses. Will you buy one for me? If you will give me the money, I will buy you two. Is that man a judge of cloth? He is not a good judge of it. How do you manage to do that? I will show you how I manage it. What must I do for my lesson of tomorrow? You will make a fair copy of your exercises, do 3 others, and study the next lesson. How does your brother manage to learn Bisaya without a dictionary? He manages it very dexterously. Have you already seen my son? I have not seen him yet. How is he? He is very well. You will not be able to recognize him, for he has grown very tall in a short time. What kind of weather is it? It is very warm. Is it long time since we had any rain? No, and I believe we shall have today a storm. It may be. The wind rises. It is thundering. Do you hear it? Yes, I hear it. But the storm is still too far, not so far as you think. Do you not see how it lightens? Bless me! What a shower! If we go into some place, we shall be sheltered from the storm. Dexterously. Weather. 23rd lesson. Of the particles nakwig and naki. Nakwig. The particle nakwig signifies to stimulate to perform what the root points out, and is employed with reciprocal verbs, and those implying company in the action. The present and past tenses of active voice are formed by means of nakwig, and the future and imperative with makig. It may be recomposed with the particle naga, but in this case changes the letter n into p. The signification does not undergo any change. Examples. I invite you to go up to the tower. Nakwig saka aco kanamo sa litori. This man has been challenging me to fight. Nagapakig o I quining tau kanako. The horses excite themselves to quarrel. An mga kabayo nakwig oi. The children will excite themselves to fight. An mga bata makiga oi. To excite, to exhort. Agda. Excite your heart to the repentance of your sins. Agdahan mo on among casing sa pag hanosal sa mj sala mo. Naki. This particle signifies to beg, to implore, to entreat, and also, to fancy or to give one's mind to that which the root refers to, points out. The present and past of this particle are conjugated by means of naki, and the future and imperative with maki. This particle, like the preceding nakwig, may be recomposed with naga, changing also the initial n into p. When the action falls upon the subject, naki is translated into napaka, being napaka for the present and past, mapaki for future, and paki or mapaki for the imperative mood. Examples: the beggars are asking alms. Ang mga hungul naki limos or nagapaki limos. I beg you to explain this to me. Paki saran moaco nini. Did you ask help from Mr. Peter? Napakatabang ca be can Senor Pedro? Beg God's mercy, then God does not despise to the sinner who begs of him pardon. Paki malaoca sa Dios, que ang Dios mega paselo sa makesa sala na maki paselo kania. As for. Sa tungad sa. As to me. Sa tungad kanako. As to that, I do not know what to say. Sa tungad niana, ambit siu ananse ipa malonko. I do not know what to do. Ambit or ini, siu ananse biu biubit anko. I do not know where to go. Ambit siu an ac adto anko. I do not know what to answer. Ambit siu anansa ba anai to bag ko. To knock at the door. Pag tok tok sa pultahin. To distrust one. Dili pag salig. We must not trust everybody. Dili quita mia salig sa mga town gatanin. To get into a bad scrape. Pag samak. That man is ever getting into bad scrapes, but he always gets out of them again. Kanang tao nang ita gaihapan sa mga ca samak, apan nahi jawas gaihapan sa. To become acquainted with someone. Pag pakig higala. I have become acquainted with Mr. Gilbert, because he is a good friend. Acquainted. Nakwig higala aco can Senor Gilbert, que mayong amigos sa. To resemble someone. Ingan yuji dago. This lady resembles my sister. Quining ba by mangan lugan yuji dago sa igsoan song ba by. You look like a federal. Ingan yuji federal ang among dago. To spring forward. Pag damag. The dog jumps upon the rabbit. Jumps. Ang cornejo gui damag an sa iro. To lose one's wits. Pagka biyuang. This lady has lost his wits, and she does not know what to do, unhappy woman. Quining senora na buang, yuji dili sa ma hibalo sa gui buhat nia lintean. Exercise 23. Exercise. Being lately, SAUSACA adleo, in town, I received a letter from your teacher in which he strongly complained of you. Do not weep, now go into your room, learn your lesson, and be a good boy, magmeo ca, otherwise, see you in Dili, you will get nothing for dinner. I shall be so good, my dear father, that you will certainly be satisfied with me. What must be due in order to be happy? Love and practice virtue. And you will be happy both in this life and in the next, since, we wish to be happy. Let us do good to the poor, and let us have pity on the unlucky. Naliston, let us obey our masters, and never give them any trouble. How has my son behaved towards you? He has behaved well towards me, for he behaves well towards everybody. His father told him often, the behavior of others is but an echo of our behavior. If we behave well towards them, they will also behave well towards us. But if we use them ill, we must not expect, dili adong pabutan, better from them, ang batasan nila. Na mayo canado. SAUSACA adleo. Magmeo ca. CUN dili. K. Naliston. Dili adong pabutan. Ang batasan nila na mayo canado. 24th Lesson. Of the particles naha, nahi, napa, nazig, nasigi, nangi, nanhi, nanig, nanim, nani. Naha or nahi. This particle is used to express that the action of the verb to which is joined took place out of mind, or by chance. The present and past tenses are formed with naha or nahi, the future and imperative mood by putting maha or mahi in the infinitive mood with paha or pagpaha before the root. When speaking in passive, the present and past are formed with the particle hin, and the future and imperative with I. The particle naha admits only the passive of in, or the three passive, excepting the verb gugma, which must be conjugated by the passive of on. The roots budle, budang and bet change their initial b into m to form the verbs. To rest. Pagpaham udle. To put ones in due place. Pagpaham utang. To be pleased with. Pagpahim uut. Examples. I do not speak on purpose. Naha nayan aco sa pag sulti, or grehini kan koang pag sulti. He quite alone is enjoying of our father's inheritance. Nagahi agam sa na usara sa ca bilan sa amahan namo. Pardon me, I have trodden on you unwillingly. Paselo aco, ke naha tanab aco kanamo. Take rest for a moment, then your walk was too far distant. Magpaham udle usa camo ca diet, ke hataz man cao on pag soroi nino. Who does live in state of grace, will obtain after his dead, the everlasting life. An neam mutang sa pagka budding sa gracia, sa oras sa iang kamatean, maka danget sa quina bahina dayan. Thou art my beloved son, in whom I have pleased myself. Icao man an nahi gugmat songanak, na good him ut and co. Love God with all your heart. Hi gugma anang dios satiblo si na casing mo. Napa. This particle is joined to the reflexive verbs, and signifies what the root points out. The present and past tenses are formed with napa, the future with mappa, and the imperative by means of pa. Examples. He remained at home to play. Napa bilan sa ballet sa pag dula. Distrust of flattering words. Ico pa limong sa mga mago hopo na mga polong. Why do you remain here? Genong napa bilan ca dinhi? I shall remain here till tomorrow. Mapa bilan aco dinhi kutab ugma. Remain here. Pa bilan ca. Remark. As it may be seen by the examples, this particle has no passive voice. No. Nasig. This particle is placed before roots of reflexive verbs, and it is the most proper to express reciprocalness. Like the preceding, it has not passive voice, and its active tenses are formed with nasig the present and past, and by means of masig the future and imperative. As they two hate each other. Nasig dumat silang duha. Come to an agreement between yourselves. Masig sabat camo. Help one another to reap as soon as may be your rice grounds. Masig tabang camo, Aaron madali mahumanon pag giad sa anong mga basak. Nasigi. This particle, as well as nasig, signifies reciprocalness, but depending on any one's circumstance. Its tenses are formed with nasigi and nasigi respectively. It is also in lack of passive. Love one another, and you will be happy. Nasigi gugma camo ug ma paladin camo. Arthur and Mary love each other. Si Arturo ug si Maria nasigi ugma sila. Nangi. The particle nangi is employed but with the root laba, which signifies to ask for protection, to beg, to beseech anything from God or from the saints. Its tenses are formed with nangi and mangi respectively, and the passive by means of gapanji, the present and past tenses, and with panji the future and imperative moods. Examples. I will beg the God's grace, in this trouble I am feeling. Grace. Mangi laba aco sa dios and ianing ca yugo nague antis co. Beg his assistance to be delivered from that temptation. Assistance. Panji laba amo si aaron bawian ca nianang pa noli. Nanhi. This particle governs only the roots koko, bungut and kika. The active tenses are formed with nanhi and manhi, and in passive voice with gapanhi and panhi respectively. Examples. He cuts himself the nails. Nahing oko asai. He cleans himself the teeth. Nahing iki asai. He is shaving himself. Nahim ungut asai. Nanig. It is used before the adverb ingin, and signifies to imitate. It is conjugated with nanig and manig, and with gapanig and panig respectively. Nanim. The particle nanim is only used with the root ballet x. You are always running from house to house. Nanim ballet camo gaihapan. Nani. This particle precedes to the roots ato and hapon, and admits the three passives. Thus, we have just dined. Nani ato na came. Serve them the dinner. Pani ad tohan mo sila. Will you take the supper here? Mani hapun bie camo dinhi? Exercise 24. Exercise. How do you do? Very well at your service. And how are all at home, your parents and your brothers? Tolerably well, thank God. As for you, you are health itself. You cannot look better. Please to sit down. Here is a chair. I will not detain you from your business. I know that a merchant's time is precious. I have nothing to do at present. I only wished in passing to inquire about your health. You do me much honor. What o'clock is it? It is 1:30. You say it is 1:30, and by my watch. Dinhi sa akong orasan, it is but 12:30. Pardon me, Tabi Kanamo, it has not yet struck 1. I assure you it is 1:30, for my watch goes very well. Who has arrived? They say my cousin has arrived. Where does he come from? He is coming from Manila. Has he spent a long time on the sea? He has suffered a delay of fortnight, for the weather was very bad. Have you bought this hat in Manila? I have not bought it. My cousin who has just arrived has made me a present of it. Dinhi sa akong orasan? Tabi Kanamo. Cousin. 25th lesson. Impersonal verbs. The impersonal verbs are those which express the atmospherical phenomena, and are only used in the third person singular, compounded with the particle naga or me out of the roots in it and tugneo, which are compounded with na. X. To dawn. Pag banagbanig. To arrive at break of day. Pag ka buntag ye buntagon. To grow dark. Pag ka gabiai ca gabhayan. To rain like a deluge. Pag olan sa ma baskug. To rain. Pag olan. To drizzle. Pag alindahale. To lighten. Pag kalat. To thunder. Pag dalagdog, pag lugum. It is raining. Naga olan man. Is it lightning? Naga kalat bie? It is thundering. Naga dalagdog. Is it warm? Ma anit bie? No, it is cold. Dilly, ma tugneo man. To behave well towards. Mayo ang batasan sa. He behaves well towards his cousin. Mayo ang batasan niya sa iyang igagao. To behave ill. Daughten ang batasan. He use ill his friends. Daughten ang batasan niya sa mga higala niya. As he was always behave well towards me, I will not use him ill. Kay mayo gayhapon ang batasan niya kanako, mayo yuzab ang batasan ko kania. In vain. Bison on seon. In vain I look around, I saw neither house nor man, not the least sign of dwelling. Bison on seon ko pag taneo sa libet ko, wala acio masie quita ug ballet, ug ballet, ug tau ug timin sa pu lianen. We search in vain, for what we have lost, we cannot find. Bison on seon ta pag pangita, dili quita maka quita sa nawala kanato. What do you mean? Anse butipa malong mo? I mean, hello. But koing ipa malong idie. That does not mean anything. Kana wali se sayuran. As long as. Siyuen pa. As long as you behave well, people will love you. Behave. People. Siyuen mayo pa ang batasan mo, hi gugma an sie. Unless. Siyuen dili. If it should happen that. Siyuen pananglit, siyuen kalinyan pa anta. Although, whatever. Bison ogling, bison dako ogling. Unless you speak her, she will not answer you. Siyuen dili sie mag sulticania, dili asae mutabag kanamo. Whatever be our patience, we will never have enough. Bison dako ogling ang pag antos ta dili pa igo asa gaihapan. Would to God! Unta, hinot unta. Would to God it were so. Agad unta na mau kana inganiana. May you be happy! Hinot unta na ma paladin ca. In order to. Kayaran. In order that. Kayaran. I send you this book in order that you may read it. Gipadala ko kanamo quining libro kayaran basahan mo. By dint of. Tungad sa dako. By dint of labor. Tungad sa dakong pag buhat. The more as. Ingan na labi pa ke. I am the more displeased with your behavior, as you are under many obligations to me. Inga na dili aco mu angi sa among batasan labi pa ke dagan ang yutang mong but kanako. Exercise 25. Exercise. Why is your mother troubled? She troubles at receiving no news from her son who is in Spain. She must be not troubled about him, for whenever he gets into a bad scrape, he knows how to get out of it again. Last year, when we were to hunt together, night grow upon us. Gikagabian came, very far from our house. Where did you pass the night? At first I was very afflicted, but your brother not so, on the contrary. He tranquilized me, so that I lost my restlessness. We found at last a shepherd's hut, where we spent the night. There I had opportunity to observe the cleverness of your brother. A few canes of a truss of straw served him to make a comfortable bed. He used a bottle as a candlestick, and with 2 or 3 birds he prepared the most comfortable supper. Where we awoke in the morning we were as rested and healthy as if we had slept on the most comfortable bed in the world. Gikagabian came. 26th lesson. Defective verbs. The defective verbs of this dialect are employed but in coexistent past, putting the person in genitive case. They are 8 in number, as follows. 1.0 A pat governs the subordinate verb in the subjunctive mood, as you had better not come. A pat na wala icao mu enhi. 2.0 Beauty signifies from what I can see, in my opinion, and must be placed at the end of the sentence, thus. In my opinion, that is what he said. Mau man kana, beauty angui ingania. 3.0 Matador polong is made use of, when citing the saying or sentence of anyone, as says St. Austin. Matador polong and I San Augustine. According to what I say or said. Matad ko, polong ko. According to what the Holy Bible says. Matad sa santos na sulit. 4.0 Abi. This verb is employed in the coexistent past, placing the personal pronoun in genitive case, as did you think I was not here? Abi mo bien navala aco dinhi? He thought I had told it. Abi nia akoi naga ingen. 5.0 Back at ko, bought company. It is employed with the first person of the absolute preterite of indicative mood, thus. I thought he would come home. Bought ko na mu and he asai sa ballet. 6.0 Ambit. I do not know where is the father. Ambit hain biang pair. 7.0 Kono. This verb must be always placed at the end of the sentence, and answers to the English dictions. It is said they or people say. People say Mr. John has died. Has. Namate Kono si Senor Juan. It is said that she is very handsome. Ma anandat Kono si. 8.0 Bantug. It is a report that the insurgents are near. Gui Bantug na ha duel ang mga insurrecto. The story goes, Mr. John died yesterday. Bantug na namate siya hapun si Senior Juan. How far? Asa Kutub? How far did you go? Asa ba Kutub adto icao? As far as there. Ditto Kutub. Ni hai. Kutub basta sa tohad. Down to the end of the street. Kutub sa ca tapuz and sa dalan. The whole family down, the very cat and dog. On mga ca uban and na tanan asta sa iring ugi iro. On this side. Din he sa leo. Take care, for the snake is behind the door. Mag bante ca, knha are na tego an sawa sa leo sa takup. Thus, so, in this manner. Ingen and aini. How this word is written. Gayansa biayang pag sulit and ianing polong? In this manner. Ingen and aini. Exercise 26. Exercise. Why are you at variance with John? Because he always finds faults with everything he sees. What does that mean? That means that I do not like to speak with you, because you are a liar. Do you wish to know why I did not write your brother his exercise? Because it was too difficult. He has sat up all night and has not been able to do it, because it was out of his reach. Kekenang tima dili mahimonia. As soon as I go, Peter sees me. He begins to speak Bisaya, in order to practice, sa pagsame. Sumi, and overwhelms me with attentions, so that I often do not know what to answer. His brothers do the same, however, Bison pa niana. They are very good people. They are not only rich and amiable, but they are also generous and charitable. They love me sincerely. Therefore, Busa, I love them also, and shall never say anything against their reputation. I should love them still more, Dako Pangani unto an Pagigug Mako Kanila, if they did not make so much ceremony. But every man has his faults. My fault is to speak too much of their compliments. Kekenang ti madili mahimonia. I go. Sa pagsame sumi. Overwhelms. Bison pa niana. Busa. Dako Pangani unto an Pagigug Mako Kanila. 27th Lesson. Practical Sentences. To die, to lose life. Pagkamate. I shall die, for it is appointed unto men one to die. Mamate man aco, que sugo man sa Dios na mamate antau samac osada. The man died this morning, and his wife died also this afternoon. An lalaki namate ca nia sa buntag, yuji an asawa nia karen hapon. Far off from far. Sa haleo. That picture is seen far off. Mayo tane an canan quadro sa haleo. What has become of your sister? Na ansa biayang among igsoan na babai? I do not know what has become of her. Ambitsiuen na ansa biasae. What is your name? Quince nalan mo? My name is Hope. Asai Esperanza an nalan ko. How this is called in Bisaya? Ansa biayang nalan and aini sa bian Isaiah? I do not know. Ambit aini. Rather than. Ona. He has arrived sooner than I. Asai mia but pag ona kanako. Easy. Masayan. Difficult. Malasud. Useful. May pulus. Useless. Wali pulus. Is it useful to write a good deal? May pulus biayang pag silit siao? It is useful. May pulus man. It is bad wrong. Doubt and man. Is it right to take the property of others? Mayo biayang pag kuha samj mangad na dili kogalingen? Opposite. Achabangan, atbang. Opposite this house. Achabangan and ianing ballet. In several manners. Pagka lane. You have written in several manners, but always bad. Gui lane mo on pag sula ug doubt and gaihapan on pag sulit mo. I live opposite the church. Naga pio aco atbang sa singbahin. To be born. Pagka tau. Where were you born? Hain ca na tau? I was born in Tagbilaran. Na tau man aco sa Tagbilaran. Where was your sister born? Dien ba na tau ang among igsoan na babai? She was born in Bays. Na tau sa Bays. To lose sight of. Pagka wala sa mata. The steamer is so far off that we shall soon lose sight of it. Ingen ca haleo ang vapor, na sa ma dali maala sa mj matata. To suspect, to guess. Pagka tahop. I suspect what you have done. Na tahop aco sa among gay buhat. On purpose. Tien yuyo. Did you beat my dog on purpose? Tien yuyo, gay tuyo. Mo biang pagampak sa iro ko? Towards. Dapit. He comes towards me. Me and he asai dapit kanako. Exercise 27. Exercise. I suspected that you would be thirsty and your brother hungry. That is the reason, Busaman Gani, I brought you hither. I am sorry, however, not to see your mother. Why do you not drink coffee? If I were not sleepy, I would drink it. Sometimes you are sleepy, sometimes cold, sometimes are you hungry, and sometimes thirsty. A man having seen that old men use spectacles, Naga Salaman, to read, went to a merchant and asked for a pair. The man then took a book, and having opened it, said the spectacles were not good. The merchant gave him another pair of the best, which he could find in his shop. But the man being still unable to read, the merchant said to him, "My friend, do you know how to read?" "If I know to read," answered the man, "I should not want your spectacles." Busaman Gani. Naga Salaman. 28th Lesson. Practical Sentences. To be naked. Pag hubo. It is a man naked there. Didto me usaca tau na huboan. I had liked to have lost my money. Diriat mawala on the kang salapi. He was very near falling. Diriat mahalag sai. He was within a hair's breadth of being killed. Diriat pa padion sai. He had like to have died. Diriat sai namate. Thunderbolt. Linti. A thunderbolt struck the boat. Gui linti anang sakian. The flower. Ang bulak. To blossom. Pagpam lalak. To grow. Pag tubo. All over. Bison asa, bison dien. Under the shade. Sa landong. Let us sit down under the shade of that tree. Mu linkad quida sa landong nyatong kahui. This man pretends to sleep under the shade of this table. Quining tau nagapaka talag dia sa landong and ianing lamisa. Alone. De lamong. I was there alone. Did to acoraing USA. One person only. USARACA persona. One God and three persons. USARACA Dios UG totalos ca personas. God alone can do this. Ang Dios lamang ang makabuhat anaini. He arrived poor, grew rich in a short time, and lost all in a shorter time. Sa pagabania, mahangul man sa. NACA salapi sa makariat UG sa makariat pa nawalokania an gatanan. Anything to be over. Human Hewitt. And now, what are you going to do? UG Karen, anse buhat on mo? Now I will say. It is over. Karen mu ingen aco. Tapuz na human na. Exercise 28. Exercise. Being one day hunting the Emperor Charles V. lost his way in the forest, and having arrived to a house he went in order to rest himself. There were therefore men, who affect to sleep. One of them got up, and approaching to the emperor told him he had dreamed he should take his watch, and took it. Then another rose and said that he had dreamed his overcoat fitted him well, and took it. The third took his purse. At last the four came up and said, I hope you will not take it ill if I search you. And in doing it saw around the emperor's neck a golden chain to which a whistle was tied, which he wishes to rob him of. But the emperor said, My good friend, before depriving me of this jewel, I must teach you its virtue, and saying this, he whistled. His attendants who were seeking him, hastened to the house and were astonished of seeing his majesty in such a state. But the emperor seeing himself out of danger, Jawas sa Kalisad said, Behold, these men who have dreamed all that they like. I wish in my turn to dream. And after a short musing he said, I had dreamed that you all four deserved to be hanged. Which was not sooner spoken than executed before the house. Charles. Approaching. Jewel. He is. Jawas sa Kalisad. End. Key to the exercises. I. Nai bie kanamo ang pan. Oh, Anya kanako ang pan. Nai bie kanamo ang among pan. Anya kanako ang akong pan. Nai bie kanamo ang asin. Anya kanako ang asin. Nai bie kanamo ang akong asin. Anya kanako ang among asin. Nai bie kanamo ang sabin. Anya kanako ang sabin. Ansa na sabin ang ana kanamo. Anya kanako ang among sabin. Ansa na sinina ang nai kanamo. Anya kanako ang akong sinina. Dagan bie ang among salapi. Dagan man ang akong salapi. Hain bie ang among igsoan na babi. Tua didto sa tanaman sa mj bulak. Hain bie ang among amahan. Anya dinhi. 2. Mayong buntag kanamo, kamusta siya? Mayo man acio kaloe sa Dios. Taga dien ca bie? Taga España man acio. Taga dien ca na long sad? Taga cornigo. Hain bie ang akong libro? Anya kanako. Quinsa bie kanang dalaga? Si man si Catalina. Hain bie ang akong kaban? Tua sa bata. Nai bie kanamo ang akong mga vaso na madham? Anya kanako. Nai bie kanamo ang mga madham na kabayo sa akong mga silingen? Uala kanako. Quinsa ca bie? Acio man si Juan. Icio bie ang amahan ni Pedro? Acio man. 3. Hain Bay on the con libro? Esse ulalam esse silla. Hain Bay on the con calo? Tua esse ibabeo esse la misa. Tua Bay on calo co esse ibabeo esse la misa? Uala, tua esse ibabeo esse higdin. Gibesa mo Bay on libro? Uala co basaba. Pila ca libro on gigelit mo? Gigelit co USA. Esse nakapila Baico nagbesa esse silit? Esse nakatagan na. Esse nakapila Baico nagalak? Esse nakalima. Tagpala on soho canamo on adleo? Taguda ca paseta on adleo. Pila ba ca tuigan among edad? Kalahoin UG pito ca tuigan the con edad. Pila ba ca tuigan ian edad? Wala pa asai UG kalahoin ca tuig. The peso ca ba? Taxa ca tau, taxa ca gugma. Nahiguma ca ba matalog? Dili, nahiguma aco magsulti. Nahadluk ca ba anianing tau? Dili aco mahadluk kania. Ansa na oras ang among pagigda? Nagahigda aco sa pagsalup sa adleo UG mabangan aco sa pagsabang sa adleo. 4. Asa ca ba payagan? Mwadto aco didto sa singbahin. Nai ba kanamo quining pluma, cun cadto ba? Walo kanako quini UG cadto, apen anya kanako carry. Kanase asai minabut? Anasea but asai kahapon maingan niran. Hain ba asai? Tua sa ballet. Nakapamalong ca ba UG binasea? Walo pagapalit ko ang cabeo na gihizgutan mo kanako. Kanase gapalit mo asai? Kahapon. Asa ca but magdala kanako? Ikapala quita karen? Sa ikakalahin UG USA ca adleo. Gisultahin ko katong mga lalaki na gisultahin mo hain gisultahin mo sila? Gisultahin ko sila sa dalan. V. Gikita ko a mga batang dayote na among gihadagan sa mga libro. UG hinkwatin ko yupad, ang mga lalaki na among gisultahin. Ang mga makina manan makatukwib sa mga hatas na kasayaran. Ang tao na maloloyan nalawe sa iyang isikateo. Anse bubahatin mo? Dunea kang isulti sa mga tao. Anas a ca ba magsulti kanila? Karangabi I? Ansa na oras? Saa las 8 y media. Nai ba kanamo ang kang sinina, siyun ang sinina sa kang igsoan? Anya kanako ang USA UG USA, nai ba kanamo ang mga sintas na buleoan sa kang inahan? Ualo kanako. Hain ba? Tua sa kang igsoan. Mahaguma ca ba mubwikan? Dili aco mahaguma mubwikan. Geno? K masaquit aco. 6. Maxima ang katagan sa salapi ko UG sa salapi mo maxima ba ang kataganan sa mga higala mo UG ang aco? Diriat pa ang among salapi sa ila. Quining libro dayote man, kato labi pang dayote UG kari mao ang labing dayote sa ngadanan. Quining kalo dako man, a pan kato labi pang dako. Ang among kalo dako ba ingan sa aco? Ang kang kalo dako pa dili anino. Ang pagsalat sa among mga anak tajangan ba sa pagsalat namo? Ang pagsalat nila labi pa dili anino. Dagan pa ang salapi sa kang amahan sa bilawan niya. Ang singsing mo dili ingan na mayanandat sa kanane. Ang among amahan kulang, les, sa quinadman sa amahan company diriat pa ang kang bugas sa cape. Nagabasas ca ba sa masab sub ingan kanako? Gapadalinhog mo ba ang gaingan kanamo sa among igsoan? Gapadalinhog company ang Dios mao ang luali ingan na amahan. Mo. Les. 7. Ang among pagsulti sama sa aco. Diriat pa ang ilang mga libro dili ang ilang mga dulin. Maxima ba ang kataganan sa mga libro mo UG ang aco? Diriat pa ang mga libro ko sa mo. Maxima Biang Katagan and sa MJ Langam sa Adong Amigo Ujiang sa Iang MJ Piso? Dagan Pa ang MJ Langam Diliang MJ Piso. May Katarungan came sa Pag Sulti? May Katarungan Camo sa Pag Sulti, Apinualo Kamui Katarungan sa Pagpidal sa Akong MJ Kahui. Duna Bay among Tiempo sa Pag Buhat? Dune Akong Tiempo, Apin Dili Aco Bet. BETCA BA Mupilit Bisonanza? Oh, BEDACO Mupilit USA Pa CA Cabello. Maxima BA on Katagan SA among Papal na Mayo UG ang SA Papal na Dodon? Maxima on Katagan SA USA UG ang SA USA. Maxima BA on Katagan SA Dugas SA Adon MJ Silingen UG ang SA Ilang Asukar? Dagan Pa ang Ilang Dugas SA Ilang Asukar. Maxima BA on Katagan SA MJ Silas SA among MJ Enak UG ang SA Ilang MJ Sinina? Diriat Pa ang Ilang MJ Sinina Dili ang Ilang MJ Silas. Duna ACO ING Ahengio Canamo. 8. Quinsa BA ang Per? Ang Per Mao at Elis SA Dios UG Mao Man Yazab ang Amahan SA MJ Kalig. Mayanadut BA ang MJ Bulak? Oh, ang MJ Bulak Ngadanin Mayanadut Man, Apin ang Labing Mayanadut Mao the Susana, Tungad KSIA Man ang Mega Osway SA Pagkole, SA Pag Kakastos, SA Pag Kaputli, SA Pag Kale Sala UG SA Pag Kaputong. Taga DNCA BA? Taga Aloran Man ACO, Anakong Ginakanan Taga Cornigo, Anakong Magalang Taga Oraquieta UG Anakong Manghad Taga Tagbalaran. BUTMO BA Padala USA Pa CA Cabello Dito SA Ballet SA Adong Amigo? BUT Koa Padala UG Dagan Pa Duha Bay among Kahayan? Makuha ACO UG Bison USA. Ansa Bay Kahayan MO? Makuha ACO UG Vino. Duna Bay Gapakua SA among Amahan? Oh, Gapakua Nia UG Vino. Quince Gapakua SA among Silingen? Gapakua Nia ang Mananamble. Nagahubo BASA Sinina ang among Silogoan SA Pagdagat SA Kaleo? Nagahubo SISA Sinina SA Pagdagat SA Kaleo. 9. Aina sa Bay Mubwikan ang among Amahan? Karen Adleo. Ansang Oresa? SA Las Cuatro. Asa BASA Pingan? Wato SA Madrid. Mupate Bay ang Carnicero UG MJ Vaca? Mupate SI UG MJ Carnero, Laban na Mupate SI unto UG MJ Vaca. Gibokas MOBA on Kalo SA Pag Sulti MOSA Akong Amahan? Gibokas Ko on Kalo SA Pag Sulti Kania. Munum CA BUG Cape, Siurin Cha BA, SA Buntag? Munum ACO UG Cape. Munum CA BUG Cape SA Buntag? Munum ACO UG Cape SA Buntag UG SA Hapon. Anse Gayunum SA among Amahan? Munum Man SI UG Chicolate. Asa BA Kutub NACADTO Kaniha SA Buntagang MJ Badanar Dayute? NACADTO Sila Dito Kutub SA Ballet SA Elong Igagao. Gikawatan CA BA UG Bisonanza? Gikawatan Man ACO SA USA CA Cabello na Mayo. X. Makasora Soroi CA BA Idie. UG Dili CA BA Maka Ato SA Singbahan? Dili ACO Maka Ato SA Singbahan, K Masakwit ACO. Megahum CA BA SA Pagantos Niana? Ios CA Magpakamalam, K Kabis ICAO UG Hunahuna. BUT CA BA Magbuhat? BUT ACO Magbuhat UG Dili ACO Turgitanila. Hain Bayang among Asawa? Ambit. Anase Gikita MOSI? Nikita Ko SIA SA Las Siete SA Buntag. Quinsa Bayang among Gasultahin? Nagasulti ACO SA Akong Igsoan na Babai. Gasultahin MO BSI SA Adleon Gatanin? Anse Kalingan Nianing Tau? Maui USA CA Tampales and Nanalingalingo SA Paganim UG SA Pagsugal. Quinsa Bayang MJ Tau na Bag O Pa Minabut? Taga Rija Man Sila. SA Katapuzan. Mia ba na Bayang among Amahan? Ang MJ Tang Tanan Muingan na Mia ba na, Apenuala ko asai makita. Nakadot bayang mananambal sa among anak? Nakadot mankania, ke nakaputal sa tadlo nia. 11. Miange ca basa among salogoan? Miange aco cao kania, ke mahibalo asai sa ngatanan. Napali bayang among igsoan gaikan sa Espanya? Napali na asai gaikan sa Espanya, Ugi gadadan ca nia Ugi USA ca cabello na mayo. Guingan ba nia an salogoan na hat and aco nia niana? Guing nan asai na ehatad nia kanamo. Ansa ba sa among paganahuna? Mayanandut Ugi mayo man, sa akong pagsabut, Ugi maga hangio aco kanamo na ehatad mo didto sa ballet sa akong igsoan, ke eran makita nia. Ansa ba ang among kalingan kahapon? Nasadto man aco didto sa ballet sa akong yugangan, Ugi dihadaha nasadto man aco sa sao. Kanase ba nanog katong tau dia sa atabe? Nanog asai kaniha sa buntag. Nakasaka na ba asai pagusab? Dugay na USA ca oras na mansaka asai pagusab, or nanagusab asai pagsaka. Hain ba ang igsoan mo? Tua sa iyang kwarto. But mo ba asai ingna na manog asai? But aco, apenuala pa asai magilis. 12. Anse gapangabuhi sa among mga ginliotan? Ang ista ang mga langam na bihag maware ang ilang pagpangabuhi, ksa adleo nanagat na musulman sila. Ico nagtoan sa among lechen, gano na ala tanay sa among igsoan na babi ang aya? Nagsorosoroy sa yuban sa akong inahan, busa, walo sa makatoan sa iyang lechen, apan tunan niya agma. Ana sa ba saoyan mo ang akong mga tima? Saoyan ko siyun datan mo aco sa mga tima sa igsoan mo nagahunahuna ca ba, na nazeops ca dia nianang among mga tima? Ambit. Siyun nazeops ca, wala ca magisterio pageo sa among mga lechen, ke quinahanglan ang pagtoan Ugi mayo sa mga lechen, eran dili quita maseop dia sa mga tima. Mau sa gaihapan, siyun dili saoyan mo karen, dili aco magadoan niana asta agma. Quinahanglan a dili pagkaseop dia sa mga tima. Ke nai man kanamo ang gatanan na quinahanglan, ke eran dili ca maseop. Quinsa ba dia? Aco man. Quinsa ba kanang mga tau? Ambit. Taga dian ba sila? Taga America man sila. Gano na nagalingkad ca doel sa kaleo? Matugno avakang kamat ugtial, busa, nagalingkad aco sa doel sa kaleo. Mabugno ba ang mga kamat sa among igsoan? Dili, apan mabugno ang iyang tial. Anse gibati sa among igageo? Masakwit ang iyang pai, anse sakwit ang iyang babay. Masakwit ang dila niya. 13. USA sa mga iota sa Kamara and I Luis 14 Naganjo and Ioning Principi sa Pagigda nia, na Tujia nia unta sa Daco sa mga Ministro UG USA ca Kapalanganan, lawsuit, nia contra sa Iyang Ugangan, UG Najangan sa Pagangio Kania. Senor, Mauareang mo ang pagpamalong UG USA ca Polong. Mayo, Matadan I Luis 14, Dili man kana ang Kabalingan. Which embarrasses me apen seri aco, tell me, siyun dias ca unta sa kabitangan sa among Ugangan mahima ca unta, na pamalong ko kanang polong? Siyun wanhi unta ang mga tau, quinahanglan unta ang pagatag kanila bisanansa, na imnin nila. Gun makahimo unta sa inaini, but sa unta magbuhat niato. Nagapatag aco gaihapan, igsoan ko na hinigugma. Ke nahaguma ca kanako ingan sa pagigugma ko kanamo, apen, karen nela ko, na nazeop aco. Nazead aco, igsoan na hinigugma, na nanuyo ca kanako, ke nagsarasoroi aco sa wale tingub ko kanamo, apen nagamatud aco kanamo, na siyun masayad aco unta na dili ca masakwit, enhan ta ico unta, Apen Nangatana ACO SA Ballet SA among Mananambal UG Mayo CABA UG Lawas, UG Najangan SIA Kanako. Na walo na siadleo ang among pagigda. Lawsuit. Which embarrasses me. Tell me. 14. Duna ba unta among salapi, siyuen dinhi unta ang among amahan? Duna unta akong salapi, siyuen dinhi SIA unta. SA Pagabud SEUSA CA official na Francis Dito SA Corte SA Vienna, Gapangitana SIA SA Imperatriz na SI Teresa, CUN Mito Pa Ba SIA na ang Prinsessa N, na Nikita Nia Kahapan, Mau Gayadang Ba by na Labing Mayanandat SA Kalabutan Ingen SA Gibantug. Senora Mintabag ang official, Minto o ACO Niana Kahapan, Neansa Biayang among Oyoan? Sayrenta ICAO, CUN Neansa BASI, Anya man dinhi ang sia na gailinkarin nia SA Masabsub. Namate BASI? Namate man. Kanase BASI namate? Dugay na, totalo ca semana. Masaquit UG Dako ang akong casing. Gano na dili ca mulinkad? CUN BUT ca mulinkad SA akong Leo, mulinkad ACO Upud. Apen CUN Poly CA, Poly Yazab ACO. BUTCA BA Majingan Kanako, CUN Neansa ang Igsoan MO? BUT Majingan Kanamo CUN Neansa SI. Namate BA SI? Uala SI Mamati. Neansa BA SI? Naato Man SI Dito SA Manila. Neansa BA ang among MJ Igsoan? Dili Makasubulan Kanamo, CUN Neansa BA Sila, K Dugay na. Unum ca tug na walo sila makita. 15. Ganon gayablihan mo al polta, dili ba makita mo na maaso dinhi? Nakita ko, apen quinahanglan ang pagabli sa ventana, dili na, laban, ablihan unta ang poltahin. Ang ventana dili mayabli UG mayo, busa gayablihan ko ang ventana. Ana sa ba sirhan mo? Sirhan ko igo na wali aso unta. May pulus ba ang sa pagsulti cao? CUN BUT quita magto ang UG USA ca pinalongan na dili kagalingan, may pulus sa pagsulti cao. Maxima ba ang pulus sa pagsalat UG sa pagsulti? May pulus pa sa pagsulti dili sa pagsalat, apen sa pagto ang UG USA ca pinalongan, quinahanglan ang pagsalat UG ang pagsulti. May pulus ba sa pagsalat sa gatanin na gipamolong? Wale pulus. Dian nakuho mo quining libro? Nakuho ko dito sa cuarto sa among amigos. Mayo ba ang pagkua sa MJ libro na dili kagalingan? Dili mayo, naze at ACO, apen quinahanglan ko kana, UG nagasilig ACO na dili manuyo ang among higala, ke yuli kania igo ko baha. 16. Quining tau na lane cao. Hain ba ICO NATO? Dili ACO BET and Nutagan Kanamo. CUN Dili ICO Mwachabang Kania, Dili ACO Mag Sulti Kania. Ansan Seon Bayang Pag Pamalong and Aini? Kana Dili Arunga Pamalong SA Binasaya. Quinahanglan ang Paganad SA MJ Batang Dayute Kudub SA Pag Kabeta, SA Pag Buhat. Anad Man ACO SA Pagsalat. Dili ACO Makasangput SA Binasaya, Kewala Akoy Batasan SA Pagsulti. Ang Tau Usahe Mukateoa, Usahe Mahilak. CUN Mahibalo ACO unta SA Gibuhat MO, Gitugitan MO Ba ACO SA Pagato SA Babayan? Dili ta ICO Payato on Didto. Dalayan MO Kana Pagbuhat. Gano Nahigod SI Fernando SA Iang Asawa? SI Tomas Nagamahe can fructuosa UG SI fructuosa can Tomas. Quinsa Bayang me Katarungan? Silang du Hawali Katarungan, KSI Tomas BUT Makuha SA MJ Dulan NI fructuosa UG SI fructuosa, BUT Mucha SA MJ Dulan NI Tomas. 17. Asa BA Kutub Mwato Quita? Mwato Quita Kutub SA Singbahin. Mwato Ca BA Kutub SA Suba? Dili, Mwato ACO Kutub SA Dawas. Duna Bay among the Kaut Usahe? Wala Akoy Sugid Mongot. Duna bay among Gaitina? Gaitina ko on the con kalo. Anse Gaitina mo? Made among Gaitina ko sa kalo company Gaipatina mo biang among kalo? Verde ang Gaipatina ko sa a con kalo. Ansa na kalo ang tua sa bata? Diruha man ang iang kalo, on USA maputi UG on USA madam. Asa kutub quining dalan? Didto kutub sa baklayan hain ba nagapuyo ang among higala? Nagapuyo sa dinhi dapat sa dalan. Tua ba ang tanaman sa mj bulak sa among igsoan na babi dinhi dapat siyun didto ba dapat sa kakahuyan? Tua didto dapat. Masuko ca ba unta, siyun muabat unta karen na adleoa ang among inahan? Malipe aco unta hinoo rather. Nanuyo ca ba kanako? Dili, nanuyo aco kan valeriana, na ane seato sa sao sa wali tingad kanako. Rather. 18. Mayo ba ang pagyubit mainganiana, thus, sa mj tang tanan? Giyubit ko ang among mj visti, dili aco magayubit sa inga tang tanan. Quince mainnan UG dago sa anak mo? Wali mainnan nia UG dago. Dili ca ba macafaleo nia nang tauha? Dili aco macafaleo kania, tungad kbudsi magapas kanako sa lugas, sa linugsane. Wala ba sa mabwang? Tingali kaha. It may be. Anse tuyo nia? Ambit. Quince tagaya nia nang puzzle? Anakang oilan maui tagaya. Quince ba katong mj tau? Ang nagavisti UG maputi mau anakang silingen, UG ang nagavisti UG madam, mau ang anak sa mananambal na nakatampaling sa akang silingen. Dagan man ang mga makinanmanan dito sa Roma, dili ba madodi, nagatana sa Milton sa USA ca tau na taga Roma. Dili man dagan anangan sa dito ca pa, mitabag ang taga Roma. It may be. 19. Gano na napadolel ca nianang mj tau? Napadolel aco canilla, que may pulus aco canilla. Siyun nidayan ca pa sa pagdo el canilla, mandita ca sa mj kazamukan, que daganan ang ilang mj caoi. Nazead ca siyun hain ba ang maang kalangoyan? Nazead aco, siyun hain dune USA. Hain ba? Didto dapat sa tabak sa suba sa likid sa kakahuyan dual sa dalan. Aina sa ba quidam yilangoy? Karen hapon siyun butca ba muhilat kanako didto sa tungad sa pultahan sa longsad? Pa buton ta ico didto apin nagahengyo aco kanamo na dili ca malamat. Nazead ca na man na dili aco malamat, maha kalamat, sa akang mga saad. Nanuyo ba kanamo quining tau? Sa but ko, I think, nanuyo sa kanako, que dili aco magadweo kania, apin dili aco mahaguma amato dito sa ila, que sa pagadto ko, laban na datan aco nia sa mayang dago, ingen UG datan sa UG dago, he looks displeased. Geno na mamangeo ca UG dago? Dako na mga kalasadang gibati company dili ca masuko cao, que unsan ta man? Apin dios ko. Geno naningit ca mangan niana? I think. He looks displeased. XX. Pile vale anayaning panaptin? Gibaligia ko kana sa tagatlo ca kahate anvara. Sa but ko, it seems me, mahal cao. Butmo ba apaquita kanako pipila ca bulas anayaning USA ca panaptin? Butaco magpakita kanamo niana. Andi ba kanamo quining mapola? Dili andi kanako. Gano na dili andi kanamo? Que mahal cao. Nagadoan ca ba UG binasaya? Oh, nagadoan aco UG binasaya. Quinsa ba ang among magtodoan? Anakang magtodoan Maui USA ca per na recalito magatadlo ba sa yuzab UG in Ingles? Oh, nagatadlo sa UG in Ingles sa MJ Filipino, UG Quinakila sa iang MJ Amigos sa America Budaco Michaela Kania, Busa, naga hangio aco kanamo nihatud mo aco didto sa ila bud aco unta masayan gano k dili aco mahibalo magsulti ug mayo ingen kanamo? Ingnan ta, icao magsulti ug mayo ingen kanako, cun dili ca unta mahad lukan, apin, cun nagtoan ca unta ug mayo sa among mga lechen, dili ca unta mahadluk magsulti, tungad ksa pag pamalong ug mayo, quinahanglan ang pagkasayad, ug quinea man sa tau na dili mahibalo ug mayo sa gitoan niya. Na mahadlukan sa unta. Cun nazead ca pa unta na dili ca masayap, dili ca unta mahadlukan. 21. Ansa na sakwat ang gikamadian sa among igsoan? Ang hilanat maui gikamadian niya. Kamusta ang among igsosan? Ano kang igsoan wala na kwanabu, dugay na USA ca semana na namate. Mayo man sao ug lawas sa tuig na miga sa dito pa aco sa tagbalaran an sa iyang gikamadian? An booty, smallpox, maui namation niya. Kamusta ang inahan sa among amigos? Dili man mayo, gihalantan sa kahapon sa USA ca adleo, nayad tong USA ca adleo, ug kaniha sa buntag gabalakan sa hilanat, the fever has returned. Giselo ba, learn by heart, sa among mga tinanin ang mga tima? Onahan nila ang paggaysay, dili ang pagselo, they will rather tear them than learn by heart. Gano na nagahilak ang inahan sa atong salogoan? Minhalak asay, tungad kaya per na atong amigos, na nagalimos kania, namate dugay na yupat sa adleo. An sa gikamadian niya? Ang pagkatigalang, quinatigalang, maui gikamadian niya. Mutabang ca ba kanako sa pagbuhat, cun wato kwita sa panglao? Tabangan ta ico sa pagbuhat, cun mutabang ca kanako pa pagpanjada sa quinabu. Ansa ba quining mga akban sa paganawa sa among igsoan? Mayo man cao sa iyang pagsabat, she likes them very well, apin matalotomis, matamistamis, matadnia. Butca ba maniato dinhi? Butaco maniato dinhi, cun giandam moug mayong canon. Smallpox. The fever has returned. Learn by heart. They will rather tear them than learn by heart. She likes them very well. 22. Nakaila ca ba sa mj cabello? Nakaila man aco. Butmo ba aco palatin ug USA? Cun butca mahatag kanako ug salapi, palatin ta ico ug duruha. Nakaila ba kanang tau sa mga panaptin? Dili asai Michaela cao. Ansan sean mo ba pagpatigayan? Butaco magpakita kanamos cun ansan sean ko pagpatigayan. Ansa may bubahitin ko kayaran mahimbaloan ko on lechen, na pangatana niya ugma kanako? Ibutang mo sa limpio ang among mga tima, buatin mo ug totalo, ug magistudios ca sa lechen na sumunod, next lesson. Ansan sean ba sa among igsoan ang pagtung ug binasaya sa wali diccionario? Naga ayamayam sa lamang, he manages it, sa dekong kakugi. Nikita mo na biayang akong anak? Wala ko pa asay makita. Kamusta ba asay? Mayo asay cao, dili ca Michaela kania, que mintobo asay cao, he has grown very tall, sa didia na tiempo, in a short time, ansa ba karen ang tiempo? Mainit man cao. Dugay na ba na wala magolan? Dili, ugsa but ko, I believe, may onas quita karen adleoa. Tingali kaha. Mahanjin na nagadalagdog, nadungug moba? Oh, nadungug ko apin haleo pa cao ang onas. Dili man haleo ingen sa among paginahuna. Nikita moba na nagaquilit dios ko. Pagkabaskug sa olan. Cun musalud quita sa bisandian, magasalapod quita sa onas. Next lesson. He manages it. He has grown very tall. In a short time. I believe. 23. Sa dito aco sa long sought sa usa ca adleo, nadot ko ug usa ca sulit sa among magtodoan, na igamahe cao nia canamo. Io pagalak adto ca karen sa among quarto, magtoan ca sa among lechen, ug magmayo ca, siuen dili ca maniato karen na adleoa. Magamayo aco gayad, amahan ko na henigugma, na mwange ca na todi kanako. Ansa may adong buatin karen mapilatin quida? Higugman ug birbahatin nino ang maang biahat, ug mapilatin camo dinhi sa uda ug sa lane na quinabo. Kbut quida mapilatin, bibuatin ta sa mayo at mga pobres ug kaloyan ta ang mga tau na nalistin. Subtin ta ang adong mga magtodoan, ug dili quida magpacasaquit canela sa gaihapon. Ansa biay ang batasin sa akang anak kanamo? Mayo man ang batasin niya kanako, kay mayo ang aing batasin sa mga tangtanan, ang aing amahan naggan kania sa maysubsub, ang batasin sa uban dili man siyuen dili usa ca aningal sa adong batasin, siyuen mayo ang adong batasin kanila, dili adong pa butan ang batasin nila na mayo kanado. 24. Kamusta ca? Mayo man sa pag silvi kanamo siyuen dune among sugo. Ug kamusta didto sa ino ang among ginikanan ug ang among mga igsoan? Mayo man sila sa dekong kalawe sa dios. Sa tungad kanamo, wali quinahanglan sa pag pangutana, kay mayo ca man cao ug ang among digo mao ang labing mayo sa ngatanan. Butca ba maglingkad? Anya usa ca sia. Dili aco but maglingao kanamo sa among mga biahat, nazaad aco na mahal cao a tiempo sa mga commerciant. Karen wala ako'y biahat, sa pagagoy ko dinhi, but lamang aco mangatana ug mayo ca ba ug lawas. Dios magbayad. Ansa ba na oras? Launa y media. Launa y media, matad mo, ug dinhi sa akong orasan, las doce y media man. Tabi kanamo, wala pa magbagding sa launa. Nagamado di aco kanamo na launa y media na, kay ang akong orasan nagalakeo sa mayo, kay mayo ang paglakeo sa akong orasan. Quinsa ba ang naca but? Naca but ang akong igageo, kono. Dian ba sa gayken? Gayken sa Manila. Nad gay ba sa cao dito sa dagat? Nad gay sa Napolo ug Lima ca adleo, kay datan cao an tiempo. Gapalit mo ba quining kalo dito sa Manila? Wala ko palida, garegalo kanako sa akong igageo na bago pa miabat. 25. Gano na nazamokan ang among inahan? Nazamokan sa tungad kay wala sa dumot ug sulit sa iyang anak na tua dito sa Espanya. Dili sa unta mazamokan tungad kania, kay bison magita sa gaihapan sa mga kazamokan mahibalo man sa magawas niana. Sa tuig na migay, sa pagadto namo sa pagpamizal, gikagabian came haleo cao sa amo. Hain ba camo na buntigan? Sa sinugdan nazamokan aco cao, apin ang among igsoan, walo sa hinoo, nagapahane kanako, sa akong kasamuk, busa, nadan aco sa kasamokan. Sa katapusan, hinquitan namo usa ca payag ug didto kane na buntigan. Didto naknita ko ang kakugi sa among igsoan. Pipalas ca koyan ug usa ca bugkas na sag but kapaka higdan nia sa maayang higdan. USA ca botea gapaka candelero nia, UGSA duruha cun totalo bay ca langam gibuhat nia USA ca panahapan na wale ingen. Sa pagimatan namo sa buntag, ingen napahale mayo kame mangan sa pagkatalog namo unta sa labing maayang higdan sa kalabutan. 26. Gano na nanuyo, nasuko, ca kinwan? Kay nakakwita man sa gaihapan mga sayap sa ngatanan na nakita niya. Anse kasayaran niana? Ang kasayaran niana mau na dili aco but magsulti kanamo, K bakakan ca man. Butca ba masayad gano nabala salada sa among igsoan an iying mj tima? K makulai man cao. Nagda ko asai sa tibo si na gabi, ugualo asai makasulit niana, K kanang tima dili mahimo nia igo Nikita aco ni Pedro, nagsagad asai sa pag sulti ug binasaya sa pag same, ug daganan an iying pagabi kanako, busa usahe dili aco mahibalo. Siyun ansa biayang ichabag company mau arayang bihat sa iying mga igsoan. Bison pa niana, mayo man sila cao na tao, dili lang kay sapian ug mahagugman sila siyun dili na maulat ug magbabihat sila yuzab sa mayo. Nahaguma sila kanako sa manado di gayad, busa man, na gayhagugma ko sila yuzab ug dili aco muingan gayhapan na makadot aco kanila. Dako pagani anta ang pagagugma ko kanila, siyun dili anta magabiabi sila cao. Apin, tagsa ca tau dune iying mga sayap, ugiang aco mao ab paghiskat sa ilang pagabiabi. 27. Natahap na man aco, na guyahao ca ug na gagutaman inyang igsoan, busa man gani, gadala ta camo dinhi. Bison pa niana, masakwit ang akong beauty, K dili aco makita sa among inahan. Gano na dili ca muinam ug cape? Siyun dili pa aco katagan, muinam anta aco. Ubu ca na katagan, ubu ca na matugno, ubu ca na gutman, ubu ca na hawan. Usa ca tau, sa pag kita nia na nagasalaman ang mga tigalang sa pagbasa, naciato sa balay sa usa ca commerciant. Ug nangayo man sa ug inga enta Paris. Nakuhan niya tong tau ug usa ca libro, ug sa human na nia ablahai, mingan sa na dili man mayo ang enta Paris. Gitaugan sa commerciant sa uban na labing mayo na nakita nia sa iyang tindahan, apin, kayuala sa yuzab makabasa, nangutana kania ang commerciant. Higala ko, nahibalo ca ba magbasa? Siyun mahibalo aco anta magbasa, matad niya, dili ko anta quinahanglanan ang among anta Paris. 28. Sa pagpamusal niato sa emperador yuga sa Carlos Vinawala sa dito sa kakahuyan, ug sa pagaba niya sa usa ca balay, minsalad sa dito kayaran magpaway. Dito niatong balaya duna may yupat ca tau na nagapakatalog. An usa nagbakad, ugsa pagdoel nia sa emperador nagingan kania na nagdamgo sa na chata nia unta ang iyang orasan, ug gikaut nia. Dihadaha, then, nagbakad an usa ug nagingan kania na nagdamgo sa na ondi unta kania ang pagpangat kania sa iyang kalopo, ug gikaut nia. Ang ikatalo nangot sa bolsa. Sa katapusan, nagbangan ang ikapat ug nagingan kania, nagapa but aco na dili ca manio siyun susahan ta icao, ug sa pagsasi nia, iyang nakita sa leo sa emperador ug usa ca bilayoan na kadena na hinigtan sa usa ca pito na but nia chatan kania, apin ang emperador nagingan kania, higala ko na mayo. Sa dili mo pa aco kahulan anayaning hiyas. Apakwada ko kanamo ang iyang gaham, ug sa pagpamalong nia anayaning mga polong, nagdaga sa. Ang iyang mga tau na nagita kania, nanagam dito dapat sa balay ug naningala sila sa pagkita nila sa emperador daya nia nang pagkabutan. Apin, ang emperador sa pagkita na nakagawas na sa kalasadmingan sa, anya quiening mga tau na nagdamgo sa ngatanan na ilang but. Budaco yuzab magdamgo. Ugsa human na sa naganahuna sa makadiat, mingan sa, nagdamgo man aco, na takas baitayan silang tanan. Sa pagkahuman anayaning mga polong. Dihadaha gibate sila sa achabangan sa balay. Then. Catapusan. A table of the particles and their passives. Table. Particles. Present. Past. Future. Imperative. Infinitive. present and past, future, imp, and infinitive. Passives: naga, naga, nag, mega, mag, mag, gui, pega, pag, ion in, iga or ica, iga ica, nagapa, nagapa, nagpa, magapa, magpa, magpa, gipa, ipa pa, pagpa, ion in, nagapaka, nagapaka, napaka, magapaka, magpaka, magpaka, gapaka, pagpaka paka, pagpaka paka, anin, nagaka, nagaka, nagka, magaka, magka, magka, gika, pagaka, pagka, anin, nagahi, nagahi, nagi, magahi, magi, magi, gihi, pagahi, hi pagi, anin, naca, 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 maka, maka, pagka, na, ma, in, naca, 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 maka, maka, pagka, gika, ca, ca pagka, in, me, min, mu, na, ma, ma, na, ma, in, nanag, 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 manig, 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 gapanag, panig, panig, ion in, nan, 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 man, 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 gipa, pa, ion in, naki, 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 maki, maki, pagpaki, gapaki, ipakwi, ipagpakwi, ion, nakwig, 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 makeeg, makeeg, pagpakig, dipakwig, pakwig, ipakwig, naha nahi, naha I, naha I, maha I, maha I, paha pagpaha, hin, hi, paha, napa, 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 mappa, pa, anin, nasig, 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 masig, masig, pasig, nasigi, 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 masigi, masigi, pasigi, nangi, 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 mangy, 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 gapanji, gapanji, panji, I, nanhi, 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 manhi, manhi, panhi, gapanhi, gapanhi, panhi, in, nanig, 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 manig, manig, pagpanig, gapanig, gapanig, pagpanig, in, nanim, 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 manim, manim, nanny, 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 mani, mani, pagpani, gapani, gapani, pani pagpani, anin. Table containing a small dictionary of the words in general use for the benefit of the learners. Substantive nouns. An Dios, God. An Dios na Amahan, God the Father. An Dios na Anak, God the Son. An Dios na Espiritu Santo, God the Holy Ghost. An Santos Yuyamat na Trinidad, the Holy Trinity. An Atong Ginoong Jesucristo, our Lord Jesus Christ. An Manunibus, the Redeemer. An Mamamawi, the Savior. An Magbabihat, the Creator. An Makagagahim as Saint Gadanin, the Almighty. An Mahal na Virgin, the Blessed Virgin. Usaca binyahat sa Dios. A creature. Quing tibuo si na calabutan. The nature. An calag. The soul. An lawas. The body. An langit. The heaven. An himaya sa langit. The glory. An angel. The angel. An santos. The saint. An madaram. The just. Ein Bulahan. The blessed. An martyr. The martyr. Ein Manalagna. The prophet. An apostle. The apostle. An Pangalo sa Bani. The patriarch. Patriarch. Ein Infierno. The hell. An Ya. The devil, Satan, demon. Ein Heinekman sa Infierno. The damned. Ein Penillion. The wicked. Ein Purgatorio. The purgatory. An MJ Calag. The souls in purgatory. An Abat. The phantom. About the elements. An Kaleo. The fire. An Hanjin. The air wind. An Utah. The earth. An Tubig. The water. An Dagat. The sea. An Tubig na Masgad. The brackish water. Astrological nouns. An Idleo. The sun. An Bulan. The moon. An Bitoan. The star. An Panganad. The small cloud moving before the wind. An Planeta. The planet. An Bitoan na Ikogan. The comet. Comet. An Mga Sidlak sa Adleo. The rays of the sun. An Kahayag. The brightness. An Katalim. The darkness. An Kanjinjit. The utter darkness. An Kalamdag. The clarity. An Kabugno. The cold. An Kainit. The heat warm. An Dagoem. The cloud. An Olin. The rainfall shower. An Tolo sa Olin na Mibaktat. The hail, hailstone. An Alangasa. Sultry weather. Sultry. An Yamig. The dew. An Yamig na Mibaktat Tungad sa Tugneo. The hoarfrost. An Talisik na Mibaktat Tungad sa Tugneo. The snow. An Gabon. The fog mist. An Onos. The storm. An Bagio. The whirlwind typhoon. An Dalag dog. The thunderclap. An Kalat. The flash. An Linti. The thunderbolt. An Linog. The earthquake. An Usaca Paglanop. An overflow of waters. Paglanop sa Calabutan. The deluge. An Balangeo. The rainbow. The time. An Higionin. The opportunity. Usaca Adleo. A day. An Linacuan sa Usaca Adleo. Journey. An Banagbanig. The dawn. An Sidlak sa Adleo. The sunrise. An Buntag. The morning. An Adto. The noon. An Hapan. The afternoon. An Gabii. The evening, night. An Tumang Gabii. Midnight. An Salap sa Adleo. The sunset. Adleo na Igasingba. Mass day. Adleo na Piesta. Holiday. Adleo na Igabuhat. Workday. Adleo na Igapoesa. Fast day. Usaca Minuto. A minute. Usaca Horas. An hour. Usaca Semana. A week. Usaca Pagbalak. A moment. An Piesta sa Mj Santos Ngadanan. Feast of All Saints. An Pasco sa Pagkateo. Christmas. Christmas. The family. An Tau. The man, person. An Lalaki. The man. An Babai. The woman. An Amahan. The father. An Inahan. The mother. An Anak na Lalaki. The son. An Anak na Babai. The daughter. An Igsoan na Lalaki. The brother. An Igsoan na Babai. The sister. An Apahan na Lalaki. The grandfather. An Apahan na Babai. The grandmother. Anyakataha na apo. The great-grandfather. Anyakataha na apong babai. The great-grandmother. Anapong lalaki. The grandson. Anapong babai. The granddaughter. Anyakataha na apo. The great-grandson. Anyakataha na apong babai. The great-granddaughter. Anayamame. The stepfather. Anaina. The stepmother. Anoyoan. The uncle. Anayan. The aunt. Anpagumankan. The nephew. Anpagumankan na babai. The niece. Anigiagao na lalaki. The cousin male. Anigiagao na babai. The cousin female. On below. The widow. Anpagkabalo. The widowhood. Anabien. The friend. Anigiagao atagsa. First cousin. Anbayo. The brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Anyugangan. The father-in-law. Anlumagad, Masamung. The son-in-law. Anbainale. The daughter-in-law. Anyinanak sa bunag. The godson. Anyinahan sa bunag. The godmother. Anyamahan sa bunag. The godfather. Mj Kobanan. The relations. Anbana. The husband. Anasawa. The wife. Usaca batong lalaki. A child male. Usaca batong babai. A girl. Usaca alateo. A bachelor, unmarried man. Usaca dalaga. A unmarried woman, maid. Anpagkabeta. The childhood. Anpagkatigilang. The old age. Anpagkahimtang sa tau. The manhood. An ilong talapus. The orphan, helpless. The body. An lawas. The body. An mj tolan. The limbs. An lutahan. The juncture of bones. An mj lahalya. The knuckles. An olo. The head. An otak. The brain. An tinkoi. The cerebellum. An taboan. The crown, or top of the head. An tankogo. The nape of the neck. An lioji. The neck. An bohak. The hair. An dungan. The temple of the head. An yagtang. The forehead. An quili. The eyebrow. An delongan. The ear. An mata. The eye. An calamuto. The apple of the eye. Apple. An tabantaban. The eyelid. An pilak. The eyelash. An ilong. The nose. An bohak sa ilong. The nostril. An ilong pislet. The flat nose. An ilong matalinus. The sharp nose. An nang. The face. An paneoe. The features. An aping. The cheek. Cheek. An baba. The mouth. An nabil. The lip. An lagos. The gum of the teeth. An dila. The tongue. An langangag. The palate taste. An totenlin. The throat. An jaipon. The tooth. An tango. The eye tooth. An bagong. The mill tooth. An apapanjik. The jawbone. An solong. The chin. An bungut. The beard. An balahibo. The nap wool. An ibaga. The shoulder. An likid. The back. An taladtad. The spine backbone. An bokaboko. The scapula. An kodakodo. The pit of the stomach. An dughan. The breast. An soso. The teat dug. An gosak. The rib. An casing. The heart. An ate. The liver. An baga. The lungs. An mimislon. The kidney. An agulala. The spleen. An tian. The belly. An khalid. The side. An posad. The navel. An balagan. The groin. An apdo. The gall bile. An pantup. The bladder. An ihi. The urine. on dugo, the blood, on te, the excrement flux, on igat, the rump croup, on lobet, the anus, the orifice of the rectum, on sampat, the backside, on nj agat, the nerves, veins, on nj bokag, the bones, on baktan, the arm, on ilok, the armpit, on siko, the elbow, on populin, the wrist, on kamet, the hand, on tu, the right hand, on wala, the left hand, on tadlo, the finger, on cubal, the corn on the feet, on tiil, the foot, on bts, the calf of the leg, on sinkal, the ankle, on tikid, the heel, on pi, the thigh, on lapalapa, the sole of the foot, on tuachue, the knee pan, on tohad, the knee, on coco, the nail, on otak, the marrow, on onad, the flesh, meat, on tambak, the fat, on panet, the skin, hide, on bigote, the mustache, on loha, the tear, on saipon, the mucus, on loa, the spittle, on singat, the sweat, on muta, the lipitude, on pagsigma, the sneeze, on pagsidosi, the hiccup, on pagagok, the snoring, on paglabdeo, the gaping, on kateoa, the laugh, on tingig, the voice, on polong, the word, on kataham, the beauty, on kanjalad, the ugliness, on caosa lawas, the health, on katambak, the robustness, on kanyoang, the weakness, on kaligo, the wart, on konat, the wrinkle, on sakwat saolo, the headache, on sakwat sa bagong, the toothache, on hilinat, the fever, on obio, the cough, on booty, the smallpox, corporal senses, sensations and qualities, on pagkita, the sight, on igziling hot, the smell, on igdatillo, the taste, on ihilikap, the touch, on igdalongig, the hearing, on pagalak, the weeping, on pagagalo, the groaning, on pagkateoa, the laughing, on kahibak, the asthma, on nuka, the itch, on pono, the scab, on tibdas, the measles, on soel, the griping, on hibelos, the hemorrhage, on samad, the wound, on wadhan, the gangrene, the soul, on kalag, the soul, on mga galaman sa kalag, the power of the soul, on panamduman, the memory, on salabutin, the understanding, on kabibatan, the will, on yihibalo, the reason, on ikasana, the imagination, fancy, idea, on sialam, the science, on quinadman, the wisdom, on calamit, the forgetfulness, on seop, the mistake, fault, on gugma, the love, on kazalag, the hatred, on pagto, the faith, on paglam, the hope, on pagsalig, the confidence, on kahadluk, the fear, dread, on pagdate, the peace, on kalipe, the mirth, gaiety, on kamangeo, the sadness, on kayagat, the grief, anguish, on dahadaha, the doubt, on katahap, the suspicion, on butangdutang, the slander, on hunahuna, the thought, on kasina, the envy, on kalagutgut, the anger, wrath, fury, on kaloi, the mercy, clemency, on kaloodi, the reluctance, clothing and shoes. On collo. The hat. On sinina. The shirt. On calzones. The trousers. On sapin. The shoes. On corbata. The necktie. On silas. The slippers. On nose. The petticoat. On pano. The handkerchief. On pinanco. The chignon. On sublé. The side comb. On arates. The earring. On singsing. The finger ring. On bucala. The bracelet. Bracelet. On solid. The comb with large tooth. On medias. The stockings. On calcetines. The socks. Sewing materials. On dagum. The needle. On deedle. The thimble. On sudlin sa dagum. The needlecase. On gunting. The scissors. On hilo. The thread. USACA lugas. A needle full of. On tagacan. The work basket. Inagagama. The silk. Foods and drinks. USACA pan. A loaf of bread. USACA adat. A slice of bread. On asukal. The sugar. On asin. The salt. On sicolate. The chocolate. On mgayutan. Vegetables. On patatas. The potatoes. On camates. The tomatoes. On manteca. The lard. On sabeo. The broth. On gatas. The milk. On tubig. The water. On vino. The wine. On cerveza. The beer. On queso. The cheese. On itlog. The egg. On cebollas. The onions. On bugas. The rice. On panicot. The pepper. USACA tipak. A piece. On hamon. The ham. On pastel. The cake. On ginebra. The gin. Dignities. On emperador. The emperor. On hari. The king. On ginoo. The lord. On agalan. The master, owner. On Elis sa hari. The viceroy. Sinugo sa hari. Ambassador. Amba. Governor. Marquess. Marquis. Administrator. Administrator. Conde. Count Earl. Duque. Duke. Ministro. Minister of State. Tribunal na labeo. Court of Justice. Amoider. Auditor. An alcalde. Mayor. Religion. Singbahan. Church. Capilla. Chapel. Altar. Altar. Sacristia. Sacristy. Bunigan. Baptistry. Altar mayor. High altar. Compisal. Confessionary. Ualihan. Pulpit. Lubganon. Cemetery. Lungan. Coffin. On sacerdote. The priest. On acolitos. The assistant clerk. On calice. The chalice. On vinaheras. The cruets. On mantels. Altar cloth. Corporal. Corporal, altar linen on which the communion bread and wine are put to be consecrated. On incensario. The thurible. On pagbanag. Baptism. On pagcompilma. Confirmation. On pagcompisal. Penance. On pagkaleot. Holy Eucharisty. On pagalog. Extreme unction. On pagordan. Holy orders. On pagkasal. Matrimony. Ecclesiastical dignities. On Santos na Papa. The Holy Pope. On Caparian. The clergy, priesthood. On Ponoan. The prelate. On Cardinal. The cardinal. On Arzobispo. The archbishop. On Obispo. The bishop. On Parroco. The parish priest. On Christin. The parish clerk. On Organo. The organ. On Organista. The organist. On Campanus. The bells. On Campanario. the belfry. On campanero, the bell ringing. Set of tools. On backpack, the hammer. On palo, the small hammer. On quimpet, smith's tongs. On limbas, the file. On gabas, the saw. On waysay, the axe. On lookup, the auger. On langsang, the nail. On langsang naquanoatan, the tenterhook. On compass, pair of compasses. On regla, the ruler. On tijib, the chisel. On landasan, the anvil. On bingsong, the adze, the city. USACA longsod, a town. On ballet, the house. On dalan, the street. On song, the square. On cathedral, the cathedral. On Lawagan, the harbor. On Ngoa sa longsod, the suburbs. On Tayangi, the market. On Palacio, the palace. On Bilangoan, the prison. On Katindahan, the stores. On Nga Parole, the lamp post. On Correo, the post office. On Escuelahan, the school. USACA Barrio, a ward. On Cabecera, the capital. On Concejal, the alderman. On Abogado, the lawyer. On Ayuntamiento, the city hall. On Policia, the police. USACA Policia, a policeman. On Aduana, the custom house. On Tule, the bridge. The house. On Ballet, the house. On Hagden, the staircase. On Anang, the stairs steps. On Sulud, the room. On Salas, the parlor. Sulud na Higden, bedroom. On Salug, the floor. On Ventana, the window. On Pulta, the door. On Yohanan, the lock. On Ya, the key. On Calibangan, the water closet. On Atabay, the well. On Casina, the kitchen. On Calagoan, the bathroom. The furniture. On Lamisa, the table. On Higden, the bed. On Banig, the mat. On Onlin, the pillow. On Habel, the sheet. On Linkaranan, the chair seat. On Mesadora, the rocking chair. On Butaka, the armchair. On Sopa, the sofa. On Canopy, the lounge. On Lamparahan, the lamp. On Colon, the clay's pot. On Taklob, the lid cover. On Kalaha, the frying pan. On Dapog, the hearth. On Ajipo, the firebrand. On Agio, the embers. On Baga, the red-hot coal. On Aso, the smoke. On Suga, the light. On Hunaoan, the basin. On Pamahiran, the towel. On Sacapuegos, the match. On Dilub, the flame. Quadrupeds. On Mananap, the animal. On Cabello, the horse. On Iro, the dog. On Ilaga, the rat mouse. On Iring, the cat. On Toro, the ox bull. On Vaca, the cow. On Nadi sa Vaca, the calf. On Baba, the pig. Baba na halas, boar. On Osa, the deer. On Canding, the goat. On Cornejo, the rabbit. On Boot Basin, the squirrel. On Calabeo, the buffalo. On Nadi sa Carnero, the lamb. On Panan, the flock. On Sunday, the horn. On Balahibo, the wool hair. On Panit, the skin side. On Coco, the hoof nail. On Balakag, the mane. On Tiil, the foot. On Lookin', the ham, upper part of the leg. Part. on simid, the snout, on icog, the tail, fowls and birds, on langam, the bird, on sanquil, bird of prey, on banig, the kite, falcon, on manail, the eagle, on oasi, the crow, raven, on perico, the parrot, on manic, the hen, on sonoi, the cock, on piso, the chicken, on salapati, the pigeon, on quiabog, the young pigeon, on tokmak, the turtle dove, on tulaheo, the witwall, on idik, the duck, on pungog, the owl, on kabug, a big bat, caballo, bat, on seo, the swallow, on pavo, the turkey, on gorian, the sparrow, on canario, the canary, on sango, the beak, on paco, the wing, on quiggle, the tail, on salag, the nest, on halua, tankal, the cage, on tagak, the bird lime, reptiles and insects, on buhaga, the cricket, on hallis, the snake, on sawa, the boa serpent, on tiki, the lizard Indian, on telodo, the eft, on ibid, a kind of lizard, on baki, the frog, on benayo, the scorpion, on alahipin, the centipede, on alabangbang, the butterfly, quinhason, any small shellfish, on tabanke, the snail, on olid, the worm, wadi, worm bred in the earth, baitak, worm bred in the body, on leoa, the cobweb spider, on hormigas, the ants, salong, a kind of ants, on Ganges, the grasshopper, on dolan, the locust, on lugtun, the locust brood, on bannigan, the lobster, on pulga, the flea, on dugo, the bug bed bug, on koto, the louse, on lusa, the nit, on langau, the fly, on namak, the gnat, on limatak, the leech, on lapinig, the wasp, on pushikan, the bee, panan sa pushikan, swarm of bees, on soyad, the sting, on odlin, the honeycomb, on dugas, the honey, fish and shellfish, on ista, the fish, on bangansiso, the whale, on lumbalumba, the tunny, on tangigi, the gilt, on andaheo, the mackerel, on balitabong, the salmon, on tamban, the sardine, on tulaba, the oyster, on ali mango, the crawfish, on tattoos, the crab, on pasayan, the shrimp, on tue, the clams, on ginimus, the brinefish, on bacalao, the codfish, on tapaka, the shell, on himbis, the scale, on bokog, the fishbone, on hazang, the tonsil, flowers, on bulak, the flower, on rosa, the rose, on pias, the bud, on violetta, the violet, on clavel, the pink, on dahan, the leaf, on sailingsing, the stem, fruits and vegetables, on limon, the lemon, on okbin, the orange, on surigalas, the plum, on tibid milan, the melon, on adaman, the watermelon, on saging, the banana, on rabano, the radish, on onkug, the cucumber, on apio, the celery, on libgos, the mushroom, on tamboli, the squash, on tabios, mongos, a kind of lentils, on cabeza, the pumpkin, Ang Paris. The grapes. Ang Palea. A bitter vegetable very stomachic. Ang manga. The manga fruit. Ang coals. The cabbage. Ang higos. The figs. Land and agriculture. Ang banua olma. The land, field. Ang hacienda. The farm. Ang buquid. The mountain. Ang kapatagan. The plain. Ang bunayan. The meadow. Ang yilag. The valley. Ang lano. The swamp. Ang baquilid. The hill. Ang kalapakan. The quagmire. Ang suba. The river. Ang sapa. The brook. Ang bateau. The stone. Ang balas. The sand. Ang langab. The cave. Ang lapak. The clay mud. Ang la song. The forest. Ang kahoy. The tree. Ang sanga. The branch. Ang banga. The fruit. Ang duga. The sap. Ang benhi. The seed. Ang tanum. The plant. Ang tanaman. The garden. Ang daro. The plow. Ang gallop. The sickle. Ang pala. The shovel. Ang sarol. The hoe. Ang ohai. The ear of corn. Ang dagami. The straw. Ang lugas. The grain. Ang yani. The harvest. Sea. Ang dagat. The sea. Ang lod. The gulf. Ang silangan. The strait. Ang look. The creek. Ang daplin. The shore. Ang hanas. The ebb tide. Ang tab. The flood tide. Ang balod. The swell of the sea. Ang onos. The storm. Ang bagyo. The typhoon. Ang sakayan. The vessel. Barangayan. A longboat with oars. Belos. A kind of canoa. Panko. A kind of canoa. Silicipin. A kind of canoa. Baroto. Canoa. Ang dolong. The prow of a ship, bow. Oling. Poop stern. Ang kalid. The side of a ship. Ang onien. The keel of a ship. Ang layag. The sail. Ang banzalan timon. The helm, rudder. Rudder. Ang sinapit. The anchor. Ang gaon god bug say. The oar. Virtues and vices. Ca tarangan. Virtue. Ca doubt. Vice. Pagto. Faith. Paglayam. Hope. Pagigugma. Charity. Caao. Charity. Cauli. Purity, chastity. Ca ligden. Modesty. Ca ugden. Gravity. Ca ulao. Shame. Ca lalat. Generosity. Ca matodi. Truth. Pag ilob. Patience. Patience. Ca puli. Honesty. Ca biuang. Madness. Ca lalong. Artifice, craft. Ca sina. Envy. Limong. Fraud, cheat. Tickus. Trick. Ca alag. Lewdness. Ca hackig. Covetousness. Pag sapeo. Adultery. Bakak. Lie. Ca yuzik. Prodigality. Ca tasbok. Laziness. Pagim ut. Pleasure. Ca taka. Slowness. Pagka wali pag tamad. Ingratitude, unthankfulness. Pagpa labalabi. Pride. Ca taleo. Cowardice. Anuali pagto. Incredulity. An pag bisa pag layam. Despair, anger. Ca hakig sa pag kaon. Gluttony. Ca hubag. Intoxication. Pag tami sa dios. Impiety. Pagan angap sa dios. Piety, mercy, pity. Pag pate sa tau. Homicide, crime. Crime. Pag pate sa kagalingan na lawas. Suicide, crime. Crime. Pagpanga ot. Robbery. ca gobit. Revolution. Ca saba. Tumult. Pag buddy. Treachery. Pag lieback. Backbiting. USA ca banaga. A rascal. Tampalazan. Malicious. Malicious. USA ca matisdiz. A mercy gay man. USA ca palayutang. A deceitful man. Deceitful. USA ca bakakon. A liar. USA ca sugarol. A player. USA ca dagwanadan. Avaricious. USA ca malalat. A open-handed. USA ca andakon. A boaster. The most important adjectives. Mayo. Good. Doubtin. Bad. Talamion. Contemptible. Makuna diamanon. Wise, learned. Ualikuna diamon. Ignorant, stupid. Dagko. Big, great. Dayute. Small, little. Ma baga. Corpulent, bulky. Ma tambak. Big, fat, thick. Sapong. Bulky person. Ma nyoang. Thin, lean. Ma nipis. Fine, thin, light. Ma singpot. Very dense, thick, applied to woven goods. Ha taaz. Tall, lofty, high. Ha mobo. Low, small. Ha lag pad. Wide. Ma sipit. Narrow. Ha gooti. Tight. Ma tulidi. Right. Ma tarung. Just. Balakig. Twisted. Balico. Unjust. Bago. New. Din. Old, ancient. Ma gahi. Heart, solid. Ma humic. Soft. Ma lomo. Gentle. Ma jian. Light. Pono. Full. Uale, solid. Empty. Gyukab. Hollow. Ma kuli. Difficult. Ma sayan. Easy. Ma tamiz. Sweet. Ma pate. Bitter. Ma isgad. Saltish. Ma aslam. Sour, sharp. Ma hawan. Clear, clean. Clean. Ma hugao. Dirty. Ma init. Warm, hot. Ma bugneo. Cold. Ma tugneo. Freshness, cold. Ma mala. Dry. Ma basa. Wet. Ma omo. Damp, humid. Ma ligan. Strong house. Ma isig. Strong man. Ma luya. Weak. Ma tahum. Beautiful. Ma anandut. Pretty. Ma njilad. Ugly. Buta. Blind. Buta sa picus. One-eyed. Libet. Squinting squint. Pyong. Lame, handless. Buktot. Humpbacked. Opeo. Bald. Mama. Dumb, mute. Gakkid. Stutterer. Bungle. Deaf. Lullid. Crippled. Nooka. Itchy. Panon. Scabby. Booty. Virulent. Hangle. Pur. Ma ligsi. Nimble, light. Dupalog. Rough, dull. Bulahan. Happy. Paladin. Lucky. Uale pallid. Unfortunate. Matuodi. Certain. Dilly matuodi. False. Ma sulaban. Melancholy. Ma mingawan. Sad, gloomy. Ma ibagan. Capricious. Ma suko. Angry, fretful. Ma busig. Glutted. Ma hupong. Satisfied. Buyuang. Fool, mad. But. Prudent. Ma esinabadan. Intelligent, clever. Uale panaganya. Imprudent. Pa labalabihan. Haughty. Uale sala. Innocent. Salan. Guilty. Tigbakak. Lying. Ma limongan. Cheat. Mauli. Chaste. Ma alig. Lewd. Ma yulawan. Shameful. Ma ligden. serious. Lampingazan. Impudent, barefaced. Mangahasan. Audacious. Tamastamazan. Insolent. Makigoion. Quarrelsome. Tapalan. Lazy. Malomo Ugca Gauyan. Sympathetic. Sympathetic. Ma Tianaheran. Courteous. Courteous. Mahi Naklogan. Merciful. Burung. Clumsy. Ma Bandis. Cruel. Tigpamaluz. Revengeful. Ma Sukwihan. Disobedient. Ma Gahi But. Stubborn. Ma Lalit. Generous. Ma Yuzikan. Spendthrift. Hingayan. Great eater. Uale Buhat. Idle, lazy. Abian. Friend. Caoi. Foe, enemy. Ma Tiz. Merry fellow. Ma Puty. White. Ma item. Black. Ma Pola. Red. Ma Dalag. Yellow. Assel. Blue. Ma Itomatum. Brown. Morado. Violet. Veldy. Green. The most important verbs. Study. Pag studio. To study. Pag tuan. To learn. Pag tuan saolo, pag saolo. To learn by heart. Pag sinkamat sa pag tuan. To apply oneself to study. Pag kugi sa pag tuan. To be diligent to learn. Pag tadlo. To teach. Pag say. To explain. Pag gama sa hunahuna. To invent, to discover. Pag tokad. To compose. Pag basa. To read. Pag sulit. To write. Pag firma. To sign. Pag sawi. To correct. Pag sayap. To mistake. Pag panis. To blot. Pag hode. To copy. Pag hubad. To translate. Translate. Pag sagud. To begin. Pag dayan. To continue. Pag tapuz. To finish. Pag hinktat. To perfect. Pag hibalo. To have notice of. Pag alam. To know. Pag dum-dum. To remember. Pag limit. To forget. Pag sanasana. To form an idea. Pag badlong. To blame. Conversation. Pag los. To pronounce. Pag pamolong. To speak. Pag ingen. To say, tell. Pag wali. To preach. Pag singit. To cry out. Pag tiabao. To scream, cry. Pag sigil. To refer, report. Pag sigilin. To tell, relate. Pag bantug. To proclaim. Proclaim. Pag sangao. To make know. Pag hylam. To be silent. Pag tawag. To call. Pag pangutana. To ask, question. Question. Pag tubag. To answer. Pag bali bad. To excuse. Pag sulti. To talk. Pag pahibalo. To advise. Pag panagana. To foreknow. Pag sogo. To order. Pag sugit. To obey. Pag tugan. To declare. Pag pamatodi. To certify. Pag limit. To deny. Pag pakadaudan. To reject. Pag pakama ao. To approve. Pag palaban. To defend. Pag kasaba. To reprehend. Pag sawi. To upbraid. Pag indigendig. To dispute. Pag oi. To wrangle. To eat and drink. Pag goodum. To be hungry. Hungry. Pag pangaon. To eat. Pag inum. To drink. Pag ahau. To be thirsty. Pag yazap. To chew. Pag tolan. To swallow. Pag soyap. To sip. Pag higup. To suck, sip. Pag tileo. To taste. Pag picus. To divide, cut. Pag ad. To carve, cut. Pag poesa. To fast. Pag pamahao. To breakfast. Pag panyato. To dinner. Pag panahapan. To sup. Pag dapit. To invite. Pag kahubog. To intoxicate. Dili pagilis shu in aeon. Indigestion. Pag pulus shu in aeon. To nourish. Pag tai lap. To lick lap. Life. Pag katao. To be born. Pag himagso. To bring forth. Pag bunag. To baptize. Pag kabuhi. To live. Pag katobo. To grow. Pag tambak. To fatten. Pag nyoang. To weaken. Pag mino. To marry, wed. Pag mabdos. To be pregnant. Pag anak. To bring forth. Pag pasoso. To give suck. Pag below. To become widow. Pag tigulang. To make old. Pag kamate. To die. Pag lubug. To bury. Pag sanad saca bilan. To inherit. Pag kabanho. To revive. Toilet. Pag alut. To shave. Pag visti. To dress. Pag hubo. To take off the dress. Pag ligo. To bathe. Pag hilamus. To wash oneself the face. Pag huneo. To wash oneself the face. Bed. Pag higda. To go to bed. Pag catalog. To sleep. Pag imada. To wake. Pag putsao. To awake. Pag tabiag. To stir rock. Pag tutsao. To watch, to keep awake. Pag hagak. To snore. Pag bangan bakad. To arise, to get up from a bed. Natural actions. Pag katewa. To laugh. Pag njisai. To smile. Pag hiluk. To weep. Pag pang hei. To sigh. Pag pang hupao. To sigh long for. Pag bayan. To sneeze. Pag labgab. To gape yawn. Pag hoyap. To blow puff. Pag tagoi. To hiss whistle. Pag pam ati. To listen hearken. Pag pataling hog. To be attentive. Pag lua luda. To spit salivate. Pag signa. To blow one's nose. Pag lua sa dugo. To vomit blood. Pag sigat. To sweat perspire. Pag torak sa banga sa singat. To be flea bitten, to be with rash, to be full of flea bites. Pag quida. To see. Pag taneo. To behold, look. Pag dongog. To hear. Pag sinhat. To smell. Pag kahumit. To smell well. Pag kabeho. To smell nasty. Pag lami. To give a relish, a zest. Pag hiccup. To touch. Pag hubag. To swell, inflate. Pag chowdas. To scratch, touch, bad sense. Pag aishai. To make water. Pag otat. To break wind. Pag kalibang. To go to stool. Love and hatred. Pag igugma. To love. Pag but. To wish, will. Pag amuyuti. To be pleased with. Pag olo. To flatter. Pag abibi. To court, greet, salute. Pag ibidibid. To fondle. Pag amoma. To brate kindly. Pag daeg. To praise. Pag gakis. To embrace. Pag haluk. To kiss. Pag badlong. To advise. Pag sawi. To blame. Pag castigo. To chastise. Pag silet. To mulct. Pag hampak. To whip. Pag tommy. To despise. Pag ubit. To scoff. Pag mahi. To complain. Pag homit. To threaten. Pag balas. To revenge. Pag basalo. To pardon. Pag balas uji mayo. To reward. Pag bayad. To pay. Pag domit. To bear rancor to. Pag ka silag. To hate. Pag biae. To abandon. Pag ka yulao. To be shamed. Pag pang ahas. To dare to. Pag samak. To trouble. Pag sambong. To accuse. Pag balidad. To excuse. Pag pasangil. To reproach. Pag sagat. To obey. Pag hakam. To sentence. Pag doubt. To damage. Pag pakigoi. To wrangle. Pag dog. To conquer again. Pag padog. To be won. Pag pan uli. To tempt. Pag agao. To despoil. Pag kaot. To rob, spoil. Pag patai. To kill. Pag bono. To wound, betray. Pag samad. To wound, hurt. Pag bono. To beat with a stick. Pag daeg. To brag. Pag tonglo. To curse, slander. Pag tabong. To help. Pag tubis. To redeem. Pag bawi. To ransom. Pag bilango. To capture. Pag biddy. To hang. Pag igbit. To compress the neck in the instrument called a garrote. Memory and understanding. Pag kabat sa hunahuna. To conceive. Pag hunahuna. To think. Pag palanong. To meditate. Pag ila. To know. Pag hibalo. To have knowledge of. Have. Knowledge. Pag alam. To be learned. Pag but. To wish, desire. Pag oyan. To agree, submit. Pag buta. To grow blind. Pag cabildo. To confederate. Pag timbang sabut. To exaggerate. Pag pakigsabat. To deliberate. Pag tagan. To hit upon. Pag matgan. To attend. Pag sinkat. To search. Pag tingaha. To procure, try. Pag asoi. To explain. Pag sayed. To instruct. Pag pang hainat. To desire. Pag pa but. To wait. Pag ka hadluk. To fear. Pag ka lisang. To be frightened. Pag ka koba. To be frightened. Pag bakak. To tell lies. Pag hanap sa hunahuna. To dissemble, hide, cloak. Dissemble. Pag paningan. To imitate, copy. Pag suzi. To inquire. Pag lipi. To be glad. Pag imuti. To be pleased. Pag kasobo. To be saddened. Pag kaminga. To be afflicted. Pag kayagot. To be afflicted. Pag poel. To be weary. Pag suko. To become angry. Pag kaligagut. To grow angry. Pag pungat. To be in a rage. Pag poipoi. To become quiet. Pag lukme. To soften anger. Recreations. Pag delagula. To amuse. Pag lingalingo. To amuse oneself. Pag canta. To sing. Pag sayo. To dance. Pag dula. To play. Pag paka deog. To gain, win. Pag deog. To lose. Pag lokso. To leap, jump. Pag ambak. To jump down. Pag dalagan. To run. Pag saki sa caballo. To ride. Pag dalagan sa caballo. To trot, to make a horse trot. Illness. Pag alima sa masaquit. To take care of a sick. Pag tambal. To medicine. Pag aoyo. To grow better. Pag buhat. To fall back. Pag samit. To grow worse. Pag purga. To purify, purge. Pag pajerina. To syringe. Pag hanad sa samad. To wash a wound. Pag tampoy sa dugo. To stop blood. Pag tugna sa samad. To see the fathom of the wound. Pag higda sa banig. To be confined to one's bed on account of sickness. Account. Pag yam. To talk nonsense. Pag tinga. To breathe one's last, expire. Movements. Pag lihok. To move oneself. Pag tandug. To move. Pag adto. To go. Pag anhi. To come. Pag likeo. To walk. Pag balik. To return, here. Pag bululi. To return, there. Pag sibit. To go backward. Pag paduoel. To approach. Pag tindug. To raise. Pag libad. To loiter about. Pag pan amulet. To bid one farewell. Pag like. To fly escape. Pag sonnet. To proceed follow. Pag lizit. To slide ship. Pag dack up. To seize. Pag sandig. To lean upon. Pag holig. To fall. Pag pangle. To stumble. Pag tanab. To tread. Pag irig. To retire. Pag pahaleo. To deviate. Pag salud. To enter come in. Pag goa. To go out. Pag saka. To ascend. Pag kaneag. To descend. Pag agi. To go though pass for. Pag labe. To pass by. Handiworks. Pag buhat. To make work. Pag andam. To make ready. Pag sira. To shut close. Pag pion. To shut the eyes. Pag takoem. To shut the mouth. Pag calm. To shut the hand. Pag pico. To shut the legs. Pag buka. To open the eyes. Pag na. To open the mouth. Pag buklad. To open one's hand. Pag bila. To open the legs. Pag baidas. To raise, elevate. Pag sakot. To heave, hold up. Pag yabo. To pour. Pag aoes. To overflow. Pag hinab. To ooze. Pag basa. To wet. Pag humid. To wetted. Pag hummel. To dampen. Pag humak. To soften. Pag gahi. To harden. Pag osoag. To extend, expand. Pag lagpad. To wide. Pag kamsad. To diminish. Pag daro. To plow. Pag kelo asayuda. To dig. Pag pugas. To sow. Pag tanum. To plant. Pag galab. To reap. Pag bunlay. To weed. Pag timbang. To weigh. Pag tagkus. To tie. Pag bad. To untie. Pag baliktos. To knot. Pag ondak. To heap. Pag uni. To gather the corn at harvest time. Pag taben. To cover. Pag bukas. To uncover. Pag tego. To hide. Pag pakaquita. To find. Pag hugao. To stain. Pag buling. To soil. Pag pahid. To cleanse. Pag hinlo. To embellish. Pag silhig. To sweep. Pag puty. To whitewash. Pag lago. To rinse the glasses. Pag pamala. To air refresh. Pag boga. To dry parch. Pag hugas. To rub scour. Pag lampasso. To swab. Pag init. To heat. Pag bugnail. To cool. Pag pintle. To paint. Pag lilac. To engrave. Pag bad lease. To draw a sketch. Pag paddock. To mark, note. Pag tokad. To build. Pag guba. To destroy waste. Pag bolda. To embroider. Pag po csa bilawan. To gild. Pag po csa salapi. To plate with silver. Pag halop. To set a jewel. Pag buho. To pierce. Pag lang sang. To nail. Pag tahi. To sew. Pag bilik. To spin. Pag to pack. To patch, mend. Pag pilo. To fold. Pag lidaji. To catch birds with knots. Pag pil sa wali buhat. To be idle. To buy and sell. Pagpaki comercio. To apply oneself to trade. Pag palit. To buy. Pag beligia. To sell. Pag pakig sabit sa billy. To adjust the price, to agree. Pag billy. To value. Pag butang sa billy. To tax rate at. Pag bali. To be valuable. Pag hangayo. To haggle. Pag halin. To dispatch. Pag hulam. To lend. Pag pahulam. To borrow. Pag bayutang. To owe. Pag bayad. To pay. Pag dajanat. To economize. Pag poto. To ruin. Pag huzik. To squander. About the worship to God. Pag singba. To adore. Pag hapa. To prostrate oneself. Prostrate. Pag tambang sa misa. To hear Mass. Pag palanong. To meditate. Pag pangamoyo. To supplicate, beg. Pag pangadi. To pray. Pag santos sa fiesta. To keep the holy day. Pag lohad. To kneel down. Pag compisal. To confess. Pag kalot. To communicate. Pag balik sa Dios. To return to God. Pag inulsal. To repent. Pag pakasala. To sin. Pag kaseap. To fault. Pag halag sa impierno. To be condemned. Pag dangat sa langit. To be salved. Pag biaya sa pagka Christianos. To apostatize. Pag among sa mj but na Christianos. To profane, violate. Pag panumpa. To swear, to make oath. Pag patamplas sa Dios. To blaspheme. About the time. Pag dagoem. To be cloudy. Pag adleo. To be clear. Pag hulao. To be dried. Pag olan. To rain. Pag alindaheo. To drizzle. Pag olan sa olan na natabo osi. To snow. Pag olan sa mj tolo na mibaktat. To hail. Pag kalat. To lighten. Pag dalagdog. To thunder. Pag linti. To thunder strike.